Tonight, we sail into a world of frost and fire, gods and giants, and tales older than the North itself. Here, Odin gives an eye for wisdom, Thor's hammer shakes the skies, and even the end of the world is only the start of another story. If this kind of journey helps you rest, feel free to like and subscribe, but only if it truly brings you peace. And tell me in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is. It's strangely comforting to know who else is out there, hearing the same story in the same stillness. Now, settle in, and let's begin at the dawn of the Norse cosmos. Before the Norse gods, before the giants, and long before anyone thought to put a helmet with horns on a tea towel and call it Viking decor, there was nothing. Well, not entirely nothing. The Norse were not fond of absolute voids. Their nothing was a something they called ginnungagap, a word that, if you try to say it too quickly, sounds rather like a sneeze. This ginnungagap was an immense yawning space, a sort of cosmic no man's land. It lay between two utterly opposite realms, the frozen wastes of Niflheim to the north, and the searing furnace of Muspelheim to the south. The Norse world began not with a polite handshake between these realms, but with the two of them glaring across the emptiness, each convinced the other was being a bit much. Niflheim was the embodiment of ice, mist, and endless cold, ruled over, in later tales, by the dread figure of Hel. But in these earliest days, it was simply a frozen, misty expanse. Imagine the bleakest January morning in Scandinavia, and remove anything resembling warmth or colour, and you're getting close. On the other side was Muspelheim, the land of fire and unbearable heat, home to the fire giants and presided over by Surtur, a towering figure with a flaming sword, rather like a bonfire that decided it was tired of sitting still and took up swordplay. In the cosmology of the Norse, these two realms were ancient and eternal, existing long before gods or men, like two rival lodgers waiting for the landlord, the universe, to finally sort out the heating. Now, you might wonder how the Norse arrived at such an image. Ice at one end, fire at the other, and an empty gulf between. Well, remember that the Norse people were seafarers and farmers living in a part of the world where the seasons were not so much mildly different as radically opposed. Their winters were long, dark, and bitterly cold, while their summers, when they came, could be surprisingly fierce in their heat. The notion of two primal extremes was not an abstract philosophical concept. It was daily life. They simply put that reality on a cosmic scale. As the story goes, the heat from Muspelheim began to creep across Ginnungagap, meeting the frost and ice from Niflheim. Where the two met, there was a thaw. Drops of water formed, and from these drops came life. This life was not, you will be relieved to know, a small, manageable creature like a rabbit. No, it was the first being in existence, Ymir, the primordial giant. Ymir was enormous. So enormous that his sweat alone could create more life. A fact which may make you reconsider the romantic image of Norse mythology. It all begins with a sweaty giant in a melting ice field. Alongside Ymir came another vital figure, the cow Audhumla. In the Norse mind, of course, there would be a cosmic cow. Farming culture made cattle a symbol of nourishment, survival, and wealth. But this was no ordinary cow. Audhumla was vast, magnificent, and produced rivers of milk from her udders, milk which nourished Ymir and allowed him to grow. And how did Audhumla feed herself? She licked she licked the salty ice blocks of Ginnungagap day after day, and from her licking emerged something else entirely, the first of the gods. This god was Buri, who appeared gradually from the ice as Audhumla licked him into being, much like a sculptor freeing a statue from marble. One can imagine the storyteller's satisfaction here. In a culture without modern refrigeration, the image of life emerging from ice was both strange and oddly familiar. Buri, once freed, had a son named Bor, and Bor married a giantess from the realm of frost, producing 3 sons, Odin, Vili, and Ve. Here at last, the central characters of Norse myth begin to arrive, gods who will shape the world and its fate. But before we get to their grand designs, there's the small matter of Ymir. Ymir, you see, was not just the first giant. He was also the ancestor of the frost giants who would trouble the gods for all eternity. His sweat produced male and female frost giants, and his legs, according to one account, gave birth to yet another giant, a detail which, frankly, even the most patient storyteller might gloss over to avoid awkward questions from children around the fire. The relationship between Ymir and the young gods was not destined to be harmonious. In many Indo-European mythologies, the first generation of divine beings is often overthrown or replaced by the next. The Norse were no exception. Odin and his brothers confronted Ymir, and, after what must have been a rather titanic struggle, they killed him. His death was not a quiet affair, for from his wounds poured such a flood of blood that nearly all of the frost giants drowned. Only one, Bergelmir, and his wife survived, escaping on some sort of makeshift vessel. In this, you can detect faint echoes of flood myths found across the world, from Mesopotamia to the Hebrew Bible. With Ymir dead, the gods now had the raw materials to create the world. They took his immense body and repurposed it with the sort of grim practicality that was entirely in keeping with Norse sensibilities. His flesh became the land, his blood the seas and lakes, his bones the mountains, his teeth the cliffs and boulders. They even used his skull to create the dome of the sky, placing sparks from Muspelheim there as stars. His brain, poor fellow, became the clouds. If nothing else, the Norse were committed to recycling. It's worth pausing here to note that this creation from a body motif is not unique to the Norse. The Indo-European world offers several parallels. The Vedic myth of Purusha in ancient India and the Babylonian tale of Tiamat both involve a primeval being slain and transformed into the physical universe. What's distinctively Norse, however, is the blend of brutal violence and earthy pragmatism. There's little sense of reverence in their creation, more of a "we've got the parts, let's get on with it" attitude. The gods then set about shaping the world further. Around the land they made from Ymir's flesh, they placed the sea, an encircling ocean that marked the boundaries of Midgard, the realm of men. Beyond that lay Jotunheim, the land of the giants, for the survivors of Ymir's kin still had to live somewhere. This separation, gods and men inside, giants outside, reflects the deep Norse concern with boundaries. In a dangerous world, keeping enemies at bay was not just a matter of walls and weapons, but of cosmic order. But the world was still empty of people. That came later, when Odin, Vili, and Ve fashioned the first humans from 2 logs they found on a beach, Ask and Embla. They gave them life, consciousness, speech, and senses. In this moment, humanity took its place within the grand design, not as the centerpiece of creation, but as one more element in a vast, dangerous cosmos. Historically, this entire myth cycle reflects a people intimately familiar with the raw power of their environment. The Norse inhabited a land where glaciers had once carved the fjords, where volcanic eruptions could turn day into night, and where the seasons brought extremes of heat and cold. The imagery of ice meeting fire, of a world made from a slain giant, was more than just story. It was a way to express the idea that the world itself was born of struggle and contrast. And so, from the yawning void of Ginnungagap, through the mingling of ice and fire, came the world as the Norse understood it. It was a place of danger and beauty, built from the body of a giant, sustained by the work of gods, and always shadowed by the presence of their enemies just beyond the horizon. It was, in short, a world that felt very much like their own, only bigger, stranger, and with rather more dragons. If you picture it now, you might imagine Odin and his brothers surveying their handiwork with the air of craftsmen satisfied with a job well done. They had land, sea, sky, stars, clouds, and soon enough, mortals. And perhaps Odin, ever the thinker, was already planning ahead. For in the Norse universe, even at the moment of creation, the seeds of its destruction were already sown. But that, as the storyteller says, is a tale for another time. When we last left the Norse cosmos, it had been, well, rather messily assembled. Odin and his brothers, Vili and Ve, had taken the corpse of Ymir and, in what can only be described as the most ambitious act of repurposing in history, turned him into the world. Now you might think this would be enough for any sensible set of deities, but no. The Norse gods were nothing if not industrious, and besides, a bare skeleton of land and sea is hardly inviting. It was time to furnish their new realm. Let's step back for a moment to consider the three brothers themselves. Odin, of course, will become the Allfather, god of wisdom, war, and poetry. The one whose eye for detail and willingness to literally give up an eye will shape much of the mythos. Vili and Ve are often overshadowed by their more famous sibling, but in these early days they are co-creators, each bringing essential gifts. Vili is associated with will and thought, the drive to act, while Ve is linked to sacredness, ritual, and order. If Odin is the mind, Vili the drive, and Ve the structure, then together they make a formidable trio. Think of them as the original project management team, only instead of paperwork, they're handling oceans, mountains, and the occasional stray giant. With Ymir's body laid out as the world, they began to define its boundaries. They placed Ymir's skull over the land to form the dome of the sky, setting it on 4 sturdy points held up by dwarves named Nordri, Sudri, Austri, and Vestri, north, south, east, and west. These 4 became the cardinal points of the Norse cosmos, quite literally holding up the heavens. One can only hope they had decent union representation, as it was an eternal job with no breaks. The brothers then took sparks from Muspelheim, those fiery embers from the primordial realm of flame, and flung them across the underside of the sky to create the stars. This act has an oddly tender quality in Norse myth, almost like decorating a child's bedroom ceiling, albeit on a much grander scale. The sun and moon were fashioned next, though the myths about them differ. In some accounts, they are divine chariots drawn through the sky, forever chased by wolves. In others, they are simply great glowing bodies set in motion. Either way, their presence was crucial, for in the Norse world, as in the real northern latitudes, the sun's appearance and disappearance were matters of life and death. Now, if we return to Midgard, the middle enclosure, the realm that would one day be home to humans, it was still rather empty. So Odin, Vili, and Ve strolled along the seashore, and happened upon 2 logs, one of ash and one of elm. The ash tree became Usk, the first man. The elm became Embla, the first woman. The brothers gifted them 3 things. Odin gave them life and breath. Vili gave them mind and movement. Ve gave them appearance, speech, hearing, and sight. Thus, humanity entered the picture, not as a central focus of the universe — the Norse gods had plenty of other concerns — but as an integral part of the grand design. Historically, this beachside creation scene may reflect the Norse familiarity with driftwood. Seafaring peoples often found strange, weather-worn logs washed ashore, sometimes from faraway lands, and gave them significance. Trees themselves, particularly ash, were sacred. Yggdrasil itself was often envisioned as an ash tree, the great axis of the cosmos. Elm, though less prominent in myth, was still valued, and perhaps here it simply provided a pleasing balance. A masculine ash and a feminine elm joined at the beginning of humanity's tale. Once humans were introduced, the gods needed to ensure they could survive. The Norse saw the world as a network of realms, each with its own inhabitants. Midgard was surrounded by a great ocean, beyond which lay Jotunheim, the land of the giants, a permanent source of trouble. The gods erected a mighty barrier from Ymir's eyebrows, yes, really, to keep the giants out. This detail, half comic and half grim, shows something essential about Norse myth. The sacred and the absurd were never far apart. Meanwhile, the gods themselves made their home in Asgard, a realm connected to Midgard by the Bifrost, the Rainbow Bridge. Bifrost, despite its beauty, was also a practical structure. The Norse were fond of the idea that even something as delicate-looking as a rainbow could also serve as a strategic link between worlds. In a way, this reflected their own reality. Viking longships, slender and elegant, were both beautiful and deadly efficient. Beneath all this grandeur lay Niflheim, the land of ice and mist, from which flowed the wellspring Fergelmere, source of many rivers. And near the roots of Yggdrasil was Helheim, the shadowy realm of the dead who did not die gloriously in battle. The cosmology was layered and interconnected, with the world tree Yggdrasil binding it all together. Roots in the underworld, branches in the heavens, trunk in the middle world. Archaeological finds, from carved stones to amulets, show how deeply this image of a cosmic tree resonated in the Norse imagination. The dwarves, meanwhile, were hard at work beneath the earth, crafting wonders for the gods, though their origins, like much in Norse myth, are tangled. In some accounts, dwarves were born from the maggots in Ymir's flesh, transformed by the gods into skilled craftsmen. It's not the most flattering origin story, but the Norse rarely romanticized such matters. What mattered was their skill. They forged Odin's spear Gungnir, Thor's hammer Mjolnir, and Freya's ship Skidbladnir, among other treasures. It's here that the interplay between myth and historical reality becomes clear. The Norse admired craftsmanship deeply. Fine weaponry, jewellery, and shipbuilding were marks of status and skill. By attributing the most perfect works to supernatural smiths, the myths elevated craftsmanship to a divine art. And then there were the giants, not merely brutish enemies, but beings of immense power and ancient knowledge. The gods' relationship with them was complicated, sometimes hostile, sometimes cooperative, often both at once. Marriages and alliances occurred, but the tension never disappeared. Historically, this reflects the Norse awareness of other peoples beyond their borders. Trading partners one year, raiders the next. One of the most telling aspects of this early world building is how the Norse mythos embraces instability. The creation of the world from Ymir's body was not the end of conflict, but the beginning. Giants still lived beyond the seas. Wolves pursued the sun and moon, and even the roots of Yggdrasil were gnawed by the serpent Nidhöggr. This was not a universe that promised eternal peace. It was a world of constant vigilance, a reflection of life in early medieval Scandinavia, where survival meant readiness for change, hardship, and sudden danger. Yet there was beauty too. The gods established cycles, day and night, seasons, life and death. They ordered the heavens so that navigation, planting and harvest could follow predictable patterns. In this, we can see echoes of how Norse seafarers relied on the stars, the sun's path, and the turning of the year. And always underpinning it all was the knowledge, or perhaps the uneasy suspicion, that this carefully made world was temporary. The Norse did not imagine an eternal cosmos. From the moment of creation there was the shadow of Ragnarök, the doom to come. In a way, this acceptance of impermanence is one of the most striking aspects of Norse mythology. It is both fatalistic and oddly liberating. If the end is certain, then the measure of life is in how one meets it. For now, though, in these earliest days, there was work to do. The gods had their halls to build. Odin's Valaskjalf with its high seat from which he could survey all the realms. Thor's Bilskirnir in the land of Trudvang, and Freya's Folkvanger, the field where she welcomed her share of the battle slain. Each of these places carried its own meaning and reflected the values of its divine owner. The crafting of the world, then, was not a single act, but an ongoing process. With every hall raised, every river named, every star set in place, the gods shaped a cosmos that was both majestic and precarious. It was a place where frost and fire, gods and giants, order and chaos were in constant interplay. And in the middle of it all, humans. Fragile yet resilient. Given life on a beach by three gods who, perhaps, already suspected they would one day need mortal courage in the battles to come. By this point in the Norse creation story, the bones of the cosmos were in place. The land had been carved from the corpse of Ymir. Seas filled the low places. Stars and the sun had been set in their proper paths. And human beings, courtesy of a pair of driftwood logs, were breathing their first air. But for the Norse, the world was never imagined as a simple flat sheet under a dome of sky. It was a living, interconnected structure. The 9 realms, each distinct in its nature and inhabitants, all bound together by the colossal ash tree Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil was no ordinary tree. Its roots burrowed into the deepest, most secret places of the cosmos, while its branches stretched so high they brushed the vault of the heavens. Ever green and ever living, it stood at the very centre of all things. A cosmic axis, the great spine that held the realms in place. The idea of a world tree is found in many cultures, from the shamans of Siberia to the myths of Central America, but the Norse gave theirs a distinct northern character. Yggdrasil wasn't merely symbolic, it was structural, the very frame of reality itself, yet vulnerable to storms, pests, and eventually destruction. And like any great structure, Yggdrasil had tenants. At its top perched a nameless eagle, keen-eyed and watchful, surveying all that lay below. Between its eyes sat the hawk Vedfolnir, making the eagle's head its permanent vantage point. Down at the roots, far in the dark, the dragon Nidhöggr gnawed endlessly, seeking to weaken the tree's foundation. Between these heights and depths scurried the squirrel Ratatoskr, whose sole occupation seemed to be carrying spiteful messages from eagle to dragon and back again, ensuring that ill will never ran out of steam. The presence of such a petty little troublemaker in a grand cosmic drama may be the Norse way of reminding us that even the mightiest systems can be undone by small, persistent irritations. The 9 realms themselves were strung along Yggdrasil like jewels on a chain, each one a world unto itself. High in the branches was Asgard, home of the Aesir gods, Odin, Thor, Frigg, Baldur, and their kin. It was a shining, fortified realm, accessible only by the Bifrost, the Rainbow Bridge. Within Asgard were the grand halls of the gods, Odin's Valaskjalf with its silver roof, and the high seat Hlidskjalf from which he could look out over all the worlds. Thor's Bilskirnir, boasting more rooms than any mortal could count, and Freya's Folkvangr, where she welcomed half the warriors slain in battle, the other half going to Odin's Valhalla. Asgard reflected the Viking ideal of the chieftain's hall, a place of protection, feasting, and decision-making, elevated to a divine scale. Alongside Asgard lay Vanaheim, home of the Vanir gods, Njord, Freyr, and Freya among them. These deities were associated with fertility, prosperity, and the bounty of the natural world. The Vanir had once warred with the Aesir in a battle that shook the foundations of the realms, but a truce brought an exchange of hostages and a mingling of powers. The Vanir's mastery over natural abundance with the Aesir's control over war, rulership, and cosmic order. Many scholars think the Vanir represent an older layer of Norse belief, rooted in the agricultural traditions of pre-Viking Scandinavia. At the centre of it all lay Midgard, the middle enclosure, the realm of humans. It was surrounded by an immense ocean, beyond which stretched the wild lands of the giants. The gods protected Midgard with a great wall built from Ymir's eyebrows, an image that sounds faintly comical until you consider the symbolic importance of boundaries in Norse thought. Midgard was an island of order and safety, connected to Asgard by the Bifrost, much as Viking settlements were linked to their chieftains by dangerous sea routes. It was never imagined as a globe floating in space, but as a fortified homeland within reach of both friend and enemy. Far beyond Midgard's seas lay Jotunheim, the realm of the giants, the Jotnar. These beings were not always enemies. Some possessed great wisdom, and alliances were sometimes made, but they represented the untamed forces of nature and chaos. Jotunheim was a place of danger, where the gods ventured only with purpose, and often at great risk. Myths tell of Thor's journeys there, of contests of strength and cunning, and of unexpected hospitality from beings who could just as easily crush their guests. In many ways, Jotunheim reflected the Norse view of the unknown lands beyond their settlements, inhabited, unpredictable, and potentially deadly. In contrast, Alfheim was a realm of beauty and light, home to the light elves. These beings were associated with fertility, inspiration, and perhaps the spirits of the ancestors. They are seldom described in detail in the surviving sources, but their presence suggests an older strand of belief in nature spirits. In later folklore, they merged with fairies and elves, but in the Viking Age they may have been seen as luminous, beneficent beings linked to the rhythms of growth and renewal. Beneath the earth was Svartalfheim, also known as Nidavellir, the home of the dwarves. These master craftsmen created the gods' most treasured possessions: Odin's spear Gungnir, Thor's hammer Mjolnir, Freya's ship Skidbladnir, and even the golden hair of Sif. Their workshops were dark, deep, and filled with the sound of hammering, much like the forges of human smiths in the Viking Age. By placing the most perfect works in the hands of supernatural artisans, the Norse elevated craftsmanship to the status of divine magic. Deep below, shrouded in mist and cold, was Niflheim, one of the oldest realms, home to frost and shadow. Here lay the spring Hvergelmir, source of many rivers that flowed into the worlds. Niflheim was a place of stillness and death, inhospitable to life. Within it lay Helheim, ruled by the goddess Hel, whose body was half living woman and half decayed corpse. This was the realm where those who died of sickness, old age, or any inglorious cause found themselves. It was not a place of torment, merely a shadowy continuation of existence, but to the warrior's mind it was a poor substitute for the feasting halls of Valhalla or Folkvanger. Viking burial customs, with grave goods for the journey, may reflect the belief in this sombre destination. Balancing Niflheim's eternal cold was Muspelheim, a realm of fire and primal heat. Here dwelt the fire giants, led by Surtur, who carried a flaming sword. Muspelheim's flames were not the gentle glow of a hearth, but the devouring blaze of destruction. It was foretold that at Ragnarök, Surt would lead his forces across the Bifrost, shattering it under their weight, and set the worlds aflame. The three great roots of Yggdrasil anchored it into different parts of the cosmos. One reached into Asgard, another into Jotunheim, and the third into Niflheim. Beneath these roots lay sacred wells. In Asgard's root was the Well of Urd, where the three Norns, Urd, Verdandi, and Skuld, carved runes into Yggdrasil's trunk, shaping the fate of gods and men alike. In Jotunheim's root lay Mimir's Well, a source of wisdom so deep that Odin gave up an eye to drink from it. Beneath Niflheim's root lay Hvergelmir, the seething spring from which all waters flowed, guarded by serpents. To the Norse mind, this structure was not abstract, but tangible. A farmer in a remote fjord could imagine that somewhere above him, Asgard's halls glittered in the light, while deep beneath his feet, the cold mists of Niflheim curled around the roots of the World Tree. The image of Yggdrasil may have been present in carved stone, on wooden staves, or in the mind's eye during rituals. It was both a cosmic map and a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. Gods, humans, giants, the living, the dead, the forces of creation and destruction. Yet even this great tree was not eternal. It was evergreen and ever-living, but it bore wounds, gnawed roots, creeping rot, the ceaseless labour of the Norns to sustain it. The Norse did not comfort themselves with the illusion of permanence. Yggdrasil would fall, as all things must, at Ragnarök. Its fall would not be a surprise, but the inevitable end of a long, heroic stand against the forces that wore it down. Until that day, however, it stood, holding the 9 realms in its branches and roots, a living axis of a universe both vast and fragile. And so the Norse cosmos took its full shape, not a single flat world, but 9 realms bound together, each with its own purpose, culture and perils, all part of a system in constant tension. It was a world that felt familiar to those who told its stories, ordered but threatened, connected but divided, magnificent but never safe. And at the heart of it all, Yggdrasil reached skyward and downward, a bridge between the heights of the gods and the depths of the dead. A reminder that the threads of life and fate are all woven into the same great pattern. In the early days of the 9 realms, when the gods were still shaping their places of power and mortals were only beginning their quiet lives in Midgard, there came a great conflict among the divine themselves. It was a war between 2 great tribes of gods, the Aesir and the Vanir, a war that would reshape the balance of power in the Norse cosmos. The Aesir, who ruled from Asgard, were gods of order, war, rulership, and cosmic law. Odin, Thor, and Tyr were among their ranks, and their concerns often lay with power, discipline, and the defence of their realm from giants and other threats. The Vanir, dwelling in Vanaheim, were different. They were gods of fertility, prosperity, the sea, and the natural cycles of life. Njord, Freyr, and Freya were their most prominent figures, and they were deeply tied to the land's bounty, the health of crops, and the abundance of fish and game. Their powers came not from martial strength, but from their deep connection to nature and the mysteries of magic and foresight. The surviving sources don't tell us exactly how the war began, but one thread in the myths suggests that it was sparked by the arrival of a figure called Gullveig. She was a mysterious woman, associated with gold, and perhaps with magic of a dangerous sort. She came to Asgard and, by some accounts, enchanted the Aesir with her talk of wealth and desire. The name Gullveig means gold drunk, or gold power, and her presence seemed to embody the allure and corruption of greed. The Aesir, unimpressed or perhaps angered by what they saw as her corrupting influence, tried to kill her. They speared her, burned her 3 times, and each time she was reborn from the flames, unharmed. This, as you might imagine, did not improve relations. Gullveig may have been the Vanir goddess Freya in disguise, or she may have been a separate Vanir figure entirely, but in either case, her treatment by the Aesir was an insult the Vanir could not ignore. The war that followed was unlike the many battles the Aesir would later fight against giants and monsters. This was a war between equals. 2 groups of gods, both powerful, both skilled in their own ways. The Aesir brought their weapons, their warriors, and their fierce determination to dominate. The Vanir countered with magic, cunning, and the ability to influence the forces of nature itself. The Vanir's practice of Seder, a form of magic that dealt with fate and prophecy, was particularly feared by the Aesir, for it could reveal secrets and change destinies. This was no quick skirmish. The war dragged on, with battles fought across the realms. The walls of Asgard were damaged, the fields of Vanaheim were scorched, and the balance of the cosmos trembled. In some tellings, neither side could gain the upper hand for long. The Aesir might win a decisive battle, only to be undone by the Vanir's subtle magic. The Vanir might turn the tide with a spell, only to be pushed back by the Aesir's relentless force. It's worth pausing here to note that myths of divine wars between different groups of gods are not unique to the Norse. The ancient Greeks told of the Titanomachy, when the Olympians overthrew the Titans. The Hindus have stories of Devas and Asuras locked in cycles of conflict. In many cases, these myths reflect the blending of different cultures or belief systems. Perhaps a warlike, expansionist people encountering and eventually absorbing the gods of a more agrarian society. The War of the Aesir and Vanir may preserve a distant memory of such a cultural merging in Scandinavia's prehistory. Eventually, both sides saw that the war was costing too much. Neither the Aesir nor the Vanir could completely destroy the other, and the damage to the realms threatened the stability of Yggdrasil itself. So they sought peace. The truce was sealed with an exchange of hostages, an ancient custom in which each side sent some of its most valued members to live with the other, ensuring good behaviour on both sides. From the Vanir came Njord, god of the sea, wealth and seafaring, and his children Freya and Freya. Njord's domain over the sea made him an invaluable ally for a people whose lives depended on trade, fishing and navigation. Freya was associated with fertility, peace and prosperity, a bringer of bountiful harvests and fair weather. Freya, a goddess of beauty, love and magic, brought the art of Seder to the Aesir, teaching them its uses and dangers. From the Aesir went Honir, a tall and handsome god, and Mimir, a being of great wisdom, who guarded the well that bore his name. In a moment that might have been awkward had it not been so tragic, the Vanir later killed Mimir, sending his head back to the Aesir. Odin preserved it with herbs and spells so that it could still speak, and Mimir's head became one of Odin's sources of secret knowledge. The death of Mimir was a reminder that peace, even when agreed upon, did not erase all grudges. The truce was further strengthened by a symbolic act. The two sides spat into a great vessel, mixing their saliva. From this mixture, they created a being called Kvasir, the wisest of all beings, who travelled the realms teaching knowledge and resolving disputes. His fate, unfortunately, would later involve being murdered by dwarves who turned his blood into the mead of poetry. But that is a story for another day. With the war ended, the Aesir and Vanir were no longer two separate pantheons at odds. They became one combined community of gods, each retaining their specialties but now sharing their powers. The Aesir gained the Vanir's knowledge of fertility magic, weather and prosperity. The Vanir gained the Aesir's protection, military strength, and access to their far-reaching influence across the realms. The result was a divine order more complete than either had been alone. From a historical perspective, this merging of pantheons could mirror the way early Scandinavian societies combined different religious traditions as they interacted through trade, marriage, and conflict. Agricultural fertility rites, coastal fishing cults, and inland warrior cults could all have contributed elements to the unified Norse religion that later took shape. For the Norse storyteller, however, the War of the Gods was more than a memory of cultural change. It was a cautionary tale about pride, conflict, and the need for balance between opposing forces. The Aesir's focus on war and rule was powerful but incomplete without the Vanir's connection to the land and the cycles of life. The Vanir's magic and abundance were potent, but without the Aesir's protection, they were vulnerable to outside threats. Together, they could create and sustain a world where both might and plenty were honoured. Yet, as with so many Norse myths, this resolution didn't mean the end of all trouble. The Aesir and Vanir would still face challenges from giants, monsters, and fate itself. But their alliance meant that when those challenges came, and they always did, the gods would stand together, drawing on the strength of both tribes. In the halls of Asgard, the Vanir found places of honour. Njord took up residence by the sea, his hall Noatun filled with the sound of waves. Freyr was given Alfheim as a gift, and there he ruled over the light elves, ensuring fertility and peace. Freya became one of the most powerful and respected goddesses. Her beauty matched only by her skill in magic, and her willingness to take her share of the battle slain. The Aesir, for their part, benefited from the Vanir's wisdom and their skill in maintaining the prosperity of the realms. The war of the gods faded into memory, replaced by stories of cooperation and shared purpose. But the lesson remained. Even the divine were not above quarrel, and even the most bitter conflict could end in unity, if both sides saw the value in survival over victory. And perhaps, in the quiet moments, Odin would remember the woman who could not be burned, and wonder whether Gulve had been sent to teach them all that some forces, gold, desire, magic, could not be destroyed, only transformed. In the end, the Aesir and Vanir stood side by side, their war over, but their destinies still bound to the fate woven by the Norns at the roots of Yggdrasil. The tree endured, the realms endured, and for a time peace held. But in Norse mythology, peace is never forever. It is a pause, a gathering of strength before the next great trial. And somewhere, beyond the walls of Asgard and the fields of Vanaheim, the giants watched and waited, knowing that even united, the gods were not untouchable. Odin is the most restless of the Norse gods. It is not enough for him to sit on a throne in Asgard and preside over feasts and ceremonies. He is king, yes, but he is also wanderer, poet, sorcerer, and above all, seeker of knowledge. To Odin, knowledge is not a luxury. It is the only weapon that can prepare the gods for the doom he knows will one day arrive. In the Norse world, where winters could kill as surely as battle, and where every journey might end in disaster, the idea of a ruler who sought foresight above all else was not strange. It was sensible. Odin's wisdom is the armour he wears into a fight he already knows he cannot win. His pursuit of knowledge is relentless. The best-known tale of this hunger takes him to Jotunheim, the land of giants, where Mimir's well lies. This well is said to contain water that grants deep wisdom to those who drink it. Not the sort of wisdom that tells you the weather tomorrow, but the kind that lets you see patterns across ages, the currents of fate itself. Odin comes to Mimir and asks for a drink. Mimir, who is no fool, knows the value of what he guards and demands a price, one of Odin's eyes. The All-Father does not haggle. He plucks out his eye and drops it into the well. From then on, his single gaze is more piercing than two ever were, for he has traded ordinary sight for the vision of things unseen. This story alone might have been enough to secure Odin's reputation as the god who would pay any cost for knowledge, but it is not the only sacrifice he makes. In the Havamal, a poem of his own words, Odin tells how he sought the secret of the runes. These are not mere letters, but symbols tied to the deepest forces of the cosmos, each with a name, a power, and a purpose. To gain them, Odin hung himself from the branches of Yggdrasil for 9 nights, pierced by his own spear, without food or drink. He stared downward into the abyss until, at last, the runes revealed themselves. He took them up, learned their secrets, and in that moment died and was reborn. The Norse would have recognized this as a shaman's ordeal, a journey of death and return that brings new powers. For Odin, the runes meant mastery over charms of healing, protection, victory, and curse. They were not trophies to be locked away, but tools to be used. Odin's thirst for wisdom is never quenched. He is not content to sit in Asgard and wait for news to reach him. He disguises himself in countless ways, wandering through the 9 realms to gather knowledge firsthand. Sometimes he plays the role of an old wanderer in a broad-brimmed hat and cloak, speaking in riddles to those he meets. Sometimes he challenges giants in contests of wit, as in the tale of Vafthrûdnir, where he wagers his life on the outcome. They trade questions, each probing the other's knowledge of the world's origins and fate. In the end, Odin wins by asking what he whispered into the ear of his son Baldur before the boy was sent to the realm of the dead, a question only he can answer. His victory is not just a triumph of cleverness, but a reminder that the deepest truths are often kept in the most personal places. Magic is part of his arsenal too. Odin learned cedar from the goddess Freya, a form of magic that can shape fate, see the future, and twist the threads of destiny. In Viking society, cedar was often viewed as unmanly for a warrior, associated instead with women and with the Vanir gods. But Odin is beyond such concerns. For him, anything that gives an advantage in the long struggle is worth having. This willingness to cross boundaries for the sake of knowledge marks him as both admirable and unsettling. Odin's cunning often takes the form of elaborate schemes. One of his most famous involves the mead of poetry, a drink that bestows the gift of inspiration. The mead was created from the blood of Kvasir, the wisest of beings, mixed with honey and guarded by a giant named Suttungr. Odin, determined to have it, set about the task with characteristic patience. He worked for Suttungr's brother, gaining his trust, and eventually seduced Suttungr's daughter, Gunnlod, who guarded the mead. Over 3 nights, she allowed him to drink from it until he had consumed it all. He then transformed into an eagle and flew back to Asgard, with Suttungr pursuing him in the same form. Most of the mead was safely delivered to the gods, but some spilled along the way, becoming the portion of bad poets. The Norse thus explained why not all verse is equal. The best comes from Odin's gift, the rest from what fell to earth in the scramble. Odin's pursuit of wisdom extends even to the dead. In the poem Baldur's Drauma, he rides to the underworld to question a dead Volva, a prophetess, about dreams foretelling his son Baldur's death. She tells him what he fears to hear. Baldur will die, and his death will set the course for Ragnarök. Odin does not turn away from the knowledge, though it brings him grief. He needs to know, because preparation, even for disaster, is better than ignorance. This need for preparation explains much of Odin's behaviour. He chooses who will die in battle, not always according to merit or justice, but according to who he wants in Valhalla. Half of the slain go to him, half to Freya. Those he gathers, the Einherjar, spend their afterlife training for the final battle. It is not sentimentality that drives him to collect them. It is strategy. The greatest warriors are resources to be deployed when the day of doom arrives. This is one of the ways Odin's morality differs from that of mortals. His choices may seem cruel, but they serve a larger plan only he can see. Odin's many names, over 200 in the surviving myths, reflect his complexity. Some, like Allfather, speak of his role as the progenitor of gods and men. Others, like Grimnir, the masked one, point to his habit of travelling in disguise. Still others, like Bolverk, evildoer, recall the names he used when his schemes required deception. Each name is a mask, a facet of a god whose identity shifts as easily as the wind changes direction. Yet for all his wisdom, Odin is bound by fate. The Norns, the three women who weave the threads of destiny at the roots of Yggdrasil, have already set his end. At Ragnarök, he will face the wolf Fenrir, and the wolf will kill him. This is not a secret to Odin. He knows it as clearly as he knows the sound of Mjolnir's thunder, and yet he works ceaselessly to prepare for that day, not to avoid it, but to meet it on his own terms. It is the paradox at the heart of his character. To fight a battle he knows he will lose, because to do otherwise would be unthinkable. In the Viking Age, Odin's worship was often tied to the warrior elite and to poets. Farmers might pray to Thor for rain, or to Freya for fertility, but chieftains, kings, and those who sought honour in battle looked to Odin. His gift were not comfort or ease, but victory, inspiration, and the chance to be remembered in song. To follow Odin was to accept that the path to glory was not without cost, and that wisdom itself could be as dangerous as any blade. This mixture of wisdom, cunning, and ruthless purpose made Odin a figure of both reverence and wariness. In the myths, he rewards loyalty and courage, but he also abandons allies when it suits his plans. He values those who can think and act for themselves, who can read the currents of a situation and adapt. His gifts are great, but they often come with strings attached. And so, Odin continues his wanderings. One-eyed, rune-wise, wrapped in his cloak, he moves through the 9 realms in search of anything that might tilt the scales, however slightly, in the gods' favour. He listens to whispers in the halls of giants, trades riddles with the wise, braves the silence of the dead. He takes knowledge wherever he can find it, from friend or foe, from honourable bargain or calculated theft. Every scrap is another piece in the great game he plays against fate. He knows the end will come. He knows the wolf will swallow him. But until that moment, he will watch, he will plan, and he will act. And in this, perhaps more than in his power or his rule, lies the reason Odin's story endures. He shows that the worth of a life, godly or mortal, is not in how long it lasts, but in how it is spent, and in the wisdom one gains along the way. Thor is perhaps the most recognisable figure in all of Norse mythology, though the modern world has painted him in very different colours from the one the Vikings knew. In the myths, he is not a sleek, golden-haired demigod with perfect teeth, but a red-bearded, broad-shouldered thunderer whose strength is unmatched, whose appetite for food and drink is prodigious, and whose temper is as quick as the storms he commands. He is the son of Odin, but unlike his father, Thor has little patience for schemes and riddles. His way is direct. If something threatens Asgard or Midgard, he smashes it with his hammer, Mjolnir, and thinks about the details afterwards. It is a method that, while not subtle, has proven extremely effective. Thor's hammer is no ordinary weapon. Forged by the dwarves, Brokkr and Sindri, Mjolnir has the power to level mountains and return to Thor's hand after being thrown. It is also a sacred object, used in blessings, marriages and oaths. The short handle, the result of a mishap during its forging, is never portrayed as a flaw. Rather, it becomes part of its unique identity, and perhaps a reminder that even the mightiest tools can carry imperfections. In Viking society, where the hammer was worn as an amulet, it served both as a sign of devotion to Thor and as a statement of cultural identity, especially during times when Christianity began to spread, and the cross became its own powerful symbol. Thor spends much of his time in myth battling giants, the Jotnar of Jotunheim, who often threaten gods and mortals alike. Many of these encounters follow a similar pattern. A threat emerges, Thor takes up Mjolnir, and after a journey that usually involves at least one comic mishap, the threat is decisively removed. But while Thor is a warrior, he is also a protector. He is the guardian of Midgard, and in this role he is perhaps the most loved of the gods by ordinary people. Farmers, fishermen, and travellers prayed to him for safe passage and for protection against the chaos that giants symbolised. One of the best known tales of Thor involves his fishing trip to catch Jörmungandr, the Midgard serpent. Thor goes out to sea with the giant Hymir, using an ox's head as bait. The serpent takes the hook, and Thor hauls it up, the waves churning, the boat straining. He lifts Mjolnir, ready to strike, but Hymir, terrified of the consequences, cuts the line. The serpent slips back into the depths, and Thor, furious, throws Hymir overboard for his trouble. The story is both dramatic and strangely unfinished, for it hints at the prophecy that Thor and Jörmungandr will one day kill each other at Ragnarök. Another famous adventure is the time Thor's hammer was stolen by the giant Thrym. Thrym demanded the goddess Freyja as his bride in exchange for returning it. Freyja understandably refused, and so Loki suggested an outrageous plan. Thor would dress as a bride, veil and all, and go to Jotunheim to reclaim Mjolnir. Thor, grumbling, agreed, and with Loki disguised as his maid, they travelled to Thrym's hall. There, Thor's voracious eating nearly gave him away, but Loki's quick tongue explained it away as the hunger of a bride who had not eaten in 8 days from excitement. When Mjolnir was brought out to sanctify the marriage, Thor seized it, threw off the veil, and dispatched Thrym and his kin. It is a story told with obvious humour, perhaps even a touch of self-parody, showing that even the gods could be the butt of a joke, so long as they got the last laugh. And then there is Loki. If Thor is the hammer, Loki is the spark. Unpredictable, quick, and capable of starting fires both metaphorical and literal. Loki's place among the gods is complicated. He is counted as one of the Aesir, yet he is of giant heritage, the son of Laufey and Farbauti. He is a shapeshifter, a trickster, a bringer of both calamity and salvation. Sometimes he is the gods' greatest helper, using his wit to solve problems no amount of brute force could handle. Other times, he is the cause of the problem in the first place. One story shows both sides of Loki clearly. When the builder of Asgard's walls demanded the sun, moon, and goddess Freyja as payment for completing the fortifications, the gods were trapped by their own bargain. Loki proposed letting the builder use his horse, Svadilfari, to speed the work. But when it became clear the builder would succeed, Loki transformed into a mare, lured the stallion away, and returned later, having given birth to an 8-legged foal, Sleipnir, who became Odin's steed. It is a bizarre tale, and the fact that Loki emerges from it as both problem maker and problem solver is entirely in keeping with his nature. Loki's cleverness is matched only by his capacity for malice, and his pranks can have dire consequences. In the story of the death of Baldur, the beloved son of Odin and Frigg, it is Loki who learns that Baldur can be harmed only by mistletoe. He fashions a dart from it and tricks the blind god Hyrda into throwing it, killing Baldur. This act sets in motion events that lead directly to Ragnarök and marks Loki's final break with the Aesir. He is bound in chains beneath the earth, a serpent dripping venom onto his face, his wife Sigyn catching it in a bowl to spare him what pain she can. When she turns away to empty the bowl, the venom strikes, and Loki writhes, causing earthquakes. Even here, in punishment, Loki's presence is felt in the world's turmoil. Yet before that final betrayal, Loki's partnership with Thor produced some of the most memorable adventures in Norse myth. In one, they travel together to the hall of the giant Utgarda Loki, where they are challenged to a series of contests. Thor tries to lift a cat, which is in fact Jörmungandr in disguise, and can lift only one paw. He tries to drink from a horn, but the other end is in the sea, and he lowers the ocean level by only a few inches. He wrestles an old woman, who turns out to be old age itself, and of course loses. Each trial is revealed to be an illusion designed to show that even the gods have limits. It is a rare moment where Thor's direct approach fails utterly, and Loki's own contests, eating against wildfire, racing against thought, end the same way. The tale is a reminder that there are powers beyond even the strongest and cleverest of the gods. Thor and Loki's contrasting qualities, strength and cunning, bluntness and guile, make them a compelling pair. In the oral tradition, these adventures would have been rich material for storytellers, balancing suspense with laughter, heroics with absurdity. The audience would have known that Thor would eventually win, but they might have wondered how many blunders or mishaps would occur along the way, and whether Loki's help would prove worth the trouble he caused. Historically, Thor's cult was widespread among the Norse, particularly in rural areas. Amulets of Mjolnir have been found across Scandinavia and in Viking settlements abroad, often deliberately shaped to resemble Christian crosses in reverse, a quiet statement of resistance to the new religion. Loki, by contrast, leaves little archaeological trace as an object of worship. He was a figure of story rather than of devotion, a reminder of the dangers and opportunities of wit. Together they embody two sides of survival in a harsh world: the strength to meet threats head-on, and the cunning to find another path when force is not enough. In the end, both Thor and Loki are essential to the tapestry of Norse myth. Thor defends the world with his hammer, holding back the chaos of the giants until the day he and Jörmungandr destroy each other. Loki dances along the edge of loyalty and betrayal, his tricks saving the gods as often as they imperil them, until his final treachery seals his fate. Their adventures are not simply diversions. They are lessons in courage, in the limits of power, and in the unpredictable nature of the world. And in these lessons, as in all Norse stories, there is the quiet knowledge that no matter how strong the arm or how sharp the mind, the end will come. But until then, there are giants to fight, wagers to win, and the occasional stolen hammer to retrieve. And in that, the gods find their purpose. In the Norse cosmos, the gods are not alone. Their worlds are crowded with other beings, some allies, some enemies, and some so unpredictable it is hard to say which they will be from one day to the next. These creatures, whether towering giants, masterful dwarves, or elusive elves, are woven into the myths not as background decoration, but as central figures. Without them, the stories would lose much of their danger, their magic, and their wonder. And perhaps more importantly, without them, the gods themselves would have no one to measure their strength against, no one to bargain with, and no one to outwit. The giants, or Jötnar, are among the oldest beings in existence. Their ancestor, Ymir, was there before the gods themselves, and from his body the very world was made. That alone gives them a certain claim to seniority, a fact they are unlikely to let the gods forget. Giants are often painted as enemies in the myths, but they are not all alike. Some are brutish and destructive, eager to see Asgard's walls fall. Others are wise, keepers of ancient knowledge the gods themselves seek out. They are bound to the forces of nature in a way the gods are not just the cold and the storms, but also the deeper, older currents of creation and destruction. The relationship between gods and giants is complicated. On one hand, there are endless battles. Thor riding out with Mjolnir to crack a giant skull is practically a recurring seasonal event. On the other, the gods and giants intermarry, form alliances, and even bear children together. Loki himself is the son of a giant, and many of the gods have giant blood in their veins. This blurs the line between the two races, making their rivalry feel more like an eternal family feud than a simple struggle between good and evil. Some of the giants' wisdom is highly sought after. The giantess Gunnlod guards the mead of poetry. The giant Vafthrudnir holds deep knowledge of the origins of the world and its end, so much so that Odin himself challenges him in a contest of riddles. And then there is Mimir, a being of giant descent, whose well holds the waters of profound wisdom, a treasure Odin was willing to give an eye for. These moments show that the giant's role in the myths is not simply to be defeated. Often they are the ones holding the key to the next part of the god's journey. If the giants represent the raw and untamed forces of the world, the dwarves are the masters of craft and creation. They live deep underground in Svartalfheim or Nidavellir, far from the light of the sun, which in some stories can turn them to stone. The dwarves are the smiths of the gods, the creators of their most treasured possessions. Mjolnir, Thor's hammer, came from their forges. So did Gungnir, Odin's spear that never misses, and Draupnir, the golden ring that produces 8 new rings every 9 nights. Freyr's ship, Skidbladnir, which can be folded up and carried in a pocket, is another of their works. The myths often portray the dwarves as irritable, proud, and fiercely competitive. One famous tale tells how Loki, in a moment of mischief, cut off the golden hair of the goddess Sif, Thor's wife. Thor was understandably furious and threatened to break every bone in Loki's body. To save himself, Loki promised to have the dwarves make Sif new hair, finer than before, spun of real gold. He went to 2 dwarf brothers, who made the hair along with 2 other gifts, Gungnir and Skidbladnir. Not content, Loki then wagered his head with another pair of dwarves, Brokkr and Sindri, that they could not make gifts to match. The brothers forged Mjolnir, Draupnir, and a golden boar named Gullinbursti. Though the hammer's handle came out shorter than planned, the gods judged the dwarves' work the best of all. Loki, not wanting to lose his head, argued that the bet was for his head but not his neck. The dwarves, frustrated, settled for sewing his mouth shut. It is a rare but satisfying moment when Loki's silver tongue was quite literally silenced. The dwarves' role in the myths reflects the high-value Norse culture placed on skilled craftsmanship. In the Viking Age, a well-made sword or piece of jewellery was not just a tool or ornament, but a sign of status, a link to both wealth and survival. By placing the origins of such treasures in the hands of supernatural artisans, the myths honoured the importance of skill while also explaining how certain objects could possess extraordinary powers. Alongside giants and dwarves, the Norse world includes the elves. In the surviving myths, the light elves of Alfheim are described as fairer than the sun to look upon, beings of beauty and perhaps of inspiration. They are linked to fertility, growth, and the natural world. The gods sometimes reward mortals with a place among them, as in the case of the hero whose loyalty to Freya earns him entry to Alfheim. The dark elves, if they are distinct from dwarves at all, are more shadowy, perhaps more dangerous, though the sources are not clear. Later, Scandinavian folklore blends elves into the fairies of European tradition, but in the Viking Age they seem to have been spirits of nature and ancestral power. Then there are the monstrous creatures, some of which loom so large in the myths that they are almost worlds unto themselves. The Midgard serpent, Jörmungandr, is so vast that it encircles the world, biting its own tail. It is prophesied to rise at Ragnarök and battle Thor, with each killing the other. Fenrir, the great wolf, is another of these inevitable foes. Chained by the gods after tricking him into testing a magical fetter, Fenrir waits for the day he will break free and kill Odin. Hel, the goddess of the realm of the dead, is their sibling, ruling over those who did not die in battle. All three are the children of Loki and the giantess Angerboda, and their presence in the myths is a reminder that family ties among the gods are rarely tidy or uncomplicated. There are other creatures too. Ratatoskr, the gossiping squirrel who runs messages of insult between the eagle at Yggdrasil's top and Nidhogger below. The goats Tangrisnir and Tangenjoster, who pull Thor's chariot and can be eaten and revived the next day so long as their bones are left whole. Hugin and Munin, Odin's ravens, who fly across the world each day bringing him news. Each of these adds a layer of character to the Norse cosmos. Some humorous, some ominous, all vivid. Historically, these beings reflect different aspects of the Viking worldview. The giants embody the dangers of the natural world, storms at sea, harsh winters, and the unpredictable hazards of travel. The dwarves reflect the value placed on skill, resourcefulness, and the treasures of the earth. The elves capture the mystery of the unseen, the forces of growth and inspiration. The monstrous offspring of Loki embody the inevitability of chaos and destruction, forces that cannot be reasoned with or avoided forever. The gods' dealings with these beings are rarely straightforward. A giant may be an enemy in one tale, and a source of help in another. Dwarves might be persuaded to craft wonders, but they will not do it cheaply or without some twist. Elves appear rarely, but when they do, their presence often signals a blessing or a change in fortune. Even the great monsters are not simply obstacles. They are woven into the fabric of fate, their roles fixed in the final act of Ragnarök. In the end, the Norse cosmos is a crowded place. The gods stand at its centre in the myths we tell, but they are surrounded by other powers, some older, some stranger. some just as dangerous. To ignore them would be to misunderstand the world entirely. For the Vikings, life was not a matter of gods above and mortals below. It was a web of relationships, rivalries, and exchanges, with every being from the highest god to the smallest squirrel playing a part in the balance of things. The giants, dwarves, and other creatures were not just supporting characters. They were essential threads in the pattern, without which the tapestry would unravel. In Norse myth, love and death are not opposites. They are intertwined threads, each shaping the other. The same gods who preside over marriage and fertility also decide who falls in battle, who is taken to feast in bright halls, and who is left to wander the dim paths of the dead. For the Norse, love was not the polite courtly romance sung of in later medieval poetry. It was fierce, bound up with desire, loyalty, and sometimes betrayal. And death was not an abstract inevitability. It was a constant presence, a familiar neighbour whose door you might be called to knock upon without warning. Together, they formed a vision of the world in which joy and loss, passion and parting were inseparable. No figure embodies this balance more than Freya, the Vanir goddess of love, beauty and fertility, but also of war, magic and death. Her name means lady, but that simple title hides a complexity as deep as any in the myths. She is famed for her beauty and her lovers, yet she is also a warrior who rides into battle to claim the slain. Half of those who die in combat go to Odin's Valhalla, the other half to Freya's hall, Folkvanger. In this, she is not merely a goddess of attraction, but a chooser of the dead, standing shoulder to shoulder with the most warlike deities. Freya's possessions tell their own stories. She owns Brisingamen, a necklace of incomparable beauty, said to have been crafted by 4 dwarves. The tale of how she acquired it varies. In some versions, she spends a night with each dwarf to gain it, a detail the storytellers of the Viking Age likely delivered with a knowing look and no apology. Brisingamen is more than jewellery. It is a symbol of wealth, desire, and the lengths one might go to claim what is most precious. Freya is also the greatest practitioner of Seder, the magic of shaping fate and seeing into the future. She teaches it to Odin, which is telling. The All-Father himself learned his most dangerous magic from her. This power connects her to both love and death, for in Norse thought, fate binds them together. The one who can see the threads can guide them, but only to a point. Even Freya cannot break what the Norns have set. Love in Norse myth is rarely gentle. It is often bound up with struggle, distance, and the crossing of dangerous boundaries. The story of Freya and Gerda is a rare tale of courtship that ends in happiness, but even here the path is steep. Freya, Freya's brother, and a god of fertility and peace, sees Gerda, a giantess, from afar, and falls in love at once. He sends his servant Skirnir to woo her. Skirnir offers rich gifts, but when she refuses, he turns to threats, promising to curse her with eternal loneliness if she does not agree. Gerda eventually accepts, and the two wed, uniting the Vanir god with a daughter of the giants. The tale reflects the Norse belief that unions often come through negotiation, and sometimes through force. Not an ideal by modern standards, but a reflection of the harsh world that shaped these stories. Death, too, comes in many forms in the Norse cosmos. Those who die in battle may find themselves in Odin's Valhalla or Freya's Folkvanger, where they feast and train for the final battle of Ragnarök. Those who die of sickness or old age travel to Hel, the realm ruled by the goddess of the same name. Hel is the daughter of Loki and the giantess Angerboda, and like her siblings Fenrir and Jörmungandr, she was cast out by the gods. Her appearance is striking. Half her body is that of a living woman, the other half a corpse. In her hall there is no endless feast, but neither is there constant torment. It is a place of shadows and stillness, where the dead dwell until the end. The journey to the afterlife is not the same for all. The sea has its own dead, claimed by the goddess Ran, who draws drowned sailors into her net and keeps them in her hall beneath the waves. In some tellings, those who die far from home wander as restless spirits. Grave goods found in Viking burials, weapons, tools, even boats, speak to a belief that the dead still had places to travel, roles to play, and perhaps battles to fight beyond the grave. The Norse afterlife is not a moral sorting of the good from the bad. A cruel warrior might end up in Valhalla, while a kindly farmer could go to hell simply because he died in his bed. This reflects a value system built not on obedience or piety, but on honour, bravery, and the manner of one's death. To die with a sword in hand was to meet the end in the proper way, and the gods themselves lived under the same code. Yet love and loyalty could sometimes move even the stern rules of fate. The most famous example is the death of Balder, the shining son of Odin and Frigg. Balder was loved by all, and when he dreamed of his own death, his mother sought oaths from everything in the world not to harm him. She overlooked the mistletoe, thinking it too small to matter. Loki fashioned a dart from it, and tricked the blind god Herder into throwing it. Balder was killed, and the gods were overcome with grief. Frigg sent Hermod to plead with Hel to release him. Hel agreed, but only if every being in the world would weep for Balder. All did, except for a giantess in disguise. Loki, again. And so Balder remained in the realm of the dead until the new world after Ragnarök. This tale shows the Norse sense of inevitability. Even love as pure as that for Baldur could not overturn fate. It also shows the ever-present role of Loki as the disturber of peace, ensuring that no story, however tragic, could end without a twist. There are hints in the myths of the rituals surrounding love and death. Marriages were often political as well as personal, uniting families or tribes. Oaths made at weddings were binding, and breaking them could lead to blood feuds. Funerals could be elaborate, with ships burned or buried, the dead sent off with goods and animals to serve them in the next life. The sagas describe women singing dirges, warriors drinking in honour of the fallen, and sometimes human sacrifices to accompany great leaders into the beyond. These practices remind us that the myths did not exist in isolation. They were shaped by the same values and customs that governed life and death in the Viking Age. The Norse also imagined moments when love and death came together in ways both beautiful and terrible. The Valkyries, Odin's choosers of the slain, ride over battlefields, selecting warriors to bring to Valhalla. In some poems, they appear almost as lovers to the men they choose, guiding them from the chaos of combat into the glory of the afterlife. Yet their love is not for the man himself, but for the role he will play in Odin's army. It is a love bound up in destiny, not free from it. Even in Ragnarök, the final doom, love and death meet in strange ways. Freyr, who gave away his sword for the sake of love when he wooed Gerda, will face the fire giant Surtur unarmed and fall. Odin will face Fenrir, knowing he will die, yet he will not turn away. Thor will kill Jormungandr, but take only 9 steps before collapsing, poisoned. These are not happy endings, but they are endings shaped by choice, by the loves and loyalties each god has carried through the ages. In the Norse view, to love was to bind yourself to another, knowing that death would come for one or both of you sooner or later. To die was to leave behind those bonds, or in some cases to keep them, carrying them into the next world. This gave both love and death a certain sharpness, a weight that made them inseparable in story and in life. Perhaps that is why the myths do not shy away from mixing the two. A wedding might be the cause of a feud that ends in bloodshed. A battle might lead to a meeting between a warrior and the Valkyrie who will bear him away. A necklace might be won through desire, but cost its wearer dearly in the end. In the Norse world, joy was not pure, grief was not without meaning, and every embrace carried the shadow of parting. And so, in the stories told in smoky halls on long winter nights, love and death walk side by side. They are not enemies. They are the twin truths of life in a harsh land, each giving the other its shape. Without love, death would be only emptiness. Without death, love would be only passing pleasure. Together, they make a world worth fighting for, even if, as the gods know all too well, it is a world that will one day fall. Ragnarök is not merely the end of the world in Norse mythology. It is the closing chapter in a story that began with the yawning void of Ginnungagap. It is the unravelling of the great tapestry the Norns have been weaving since the dawn of time, when fire and ice met and the first gods and giants emerged. For the Vikings, it was never a question of if the end would come, only when. The skalds who recited the story would make it clear. This is not about avoiding fate, but about meeting it in the only way worthy of a warrior's people. Head on, without flinching, and preferably looking rather impressive in the process. The first warning is the death of Balder, the shining god of beauty and light. Balder's death is not just the loss of one god, it is the fracture of divine harmony. His passing marks the beginning of the god's decline, much like the first crack in a fine shield that will, in time, splinter apart entirely. The myths tell us that after Balder is laid in his ship for his funeral, Frigg and Odin already know that the wheel has begun to turn toward Ragnarök. But there is still time, and the gods continue as before, though the shadow of doom now lies across the horizon. The next sign is Fimbul Winter, the great winter that lasts for 3 years without summer's return. It is no ordinary season of cold. Snow comes from all directions, blizzards rage, and the sun gives no warmth. The rivers freeze deep, the seas lock with ice, and the wind is sharp enough to strip skin from bone. In this endless frost, human society collapses. Brothers fight brothers, fathers turn on sons, and every oath is broken. The sagas do not paint a romantic picture of humanity's last days. Instead, they describe a grim reality the Norse would have understood all too well, that in the face of true scarcity, honour often dies before the body. Other omens follow. In hell, the underworld, a crimson rooster crows, waking the dead to march in the armies of doom. In Jotunheim, a second rooster calls the giants to war. And in Asgard, the golden rooster Gullinkambi sings to the gods, warning them of what is to come. Meanwhile, the wolves Skuld and Hati, who have chased the sun and moon since the dawn of time, finally catch their prey. the world is plunged into darkness. The stars vanish from the sky, devoured by the monsters of the long night. Somewhere in the deep oceans, Jörmungandr, the Midgard serpent, stirs and begins to lash its coils, sending waves crashing over coastlines and shaking the very roots of the earth. This is also the time when old bonds break. Loki, who was once Odin's blood brother and the trickster of Asgard, slips free from his punishment beneath the earth. The serpent's venom no longer drips onto his face, and he rises with a hatred sharpened by long years in chains. The great wolf Fenrir, bound in the magical fetter Gleipnir, also bursts free, his jaws stretching so wide that his lower jaw touches the earth, and his upper jaw brushes the sky. His eyes burn with fire, his breath is a hot, reeking wind. The ship Naglfar, built from the fingernails and toenails of the dead, is freed from the ice, its sails black, its crew a grim host of giants and corpses. At its helm stands the giant Hrym, guiding it towards Vigrid, the field where the last battle will be fought. The Gjallarhorn sounds, blown by Heimdall, and its note carries through all the 9 realms. The gods know it is time. They gather their armour, their weapons, and their courage. Odin mounts Sleipnir, his 8-legged steed, and leads the Aesir to Vigrid. He wears a golden helmet and a coat of mail, and in his hand is Gungnir, the spear that never misses. Beside him rides Thor, Mjolnir in his grip, his beard bristling like a storm cloud. Freyr stands ready, though he lacks the sword he once gave away to win the hand of the giantess Gerda. Tyr, the one-handed god of law and war, grips his sword in his remaining hand. And behind them march the Einherjar, the chosen warriors of Valhalla, thousands of battle-hardened souls brought from death to fight once more at the side of their gods. The enemy is no less terrible. Loki stands at the forefront of the giant host, his smile as sharp as a blade. Fenrir bounds beside him, each step shaking the ground. Jörmungandr slides forward, its massive body blotting out the horizon, its breath a miasma of death. From the south comes Surt, the fire giant of Muspelheim, with his blazing sword shining brighter than the sun. Every step he takes sets the earth alight. His fire will consume everything, even the bones of the world itself. The battle begins in a chaos of sound and fury. Odin charges Fenrir, his spear flashing. The two circle and strike, each blow echoing like thunder. But Fenrir cannot be stopped. He seizes Odin in his jaws and swallows him whole. A cry goes up from the gods, but it is Vidar, Odin's silent son, who avenges him. Vidar steps into the wolf's mouth, 1 foot in the lower jaw, and with the strength of all the earth's forests in his leg, he tears Fenrir's jaws apart. The beast falls dead, but the cost has already been paid. Thor meets Jörmungandr in a clash that shakes the sky. He smashes the serpent's skull with Mjolnir, breaking its body into the waves, but the creature's venom has already filled his lungs. He takes only 9 steps before he falls, lifeless, into the mud. Freyr faces Surtur in single combat, but without his sword, he is no match for the fire giant. He falls in flame, and Surtur sweeps his burning blade across the field, setting all alight. Heimdall and Loki find each other in the chaos, and fight with such ferocity that neither walks away. When the fighting ends, the plain of Vigrid is strewn with the bodies of gods, giants, men, and monsters. The sky is black with smoke, the air choked with ash. Surt raises his sword one last time and sweeps it across the world. Fire engulfs the 9 realms. The seas boil and rise, swallowing the coasts and carrying away the ruins of cities and halls. mountains crack and crumble, forests turn to cinder. Even Yggdrasil shudders, though it does not fall. For the Norse, this was not an ending to fear, but an ending to accept. The gods never had illusions about escaping fate. They prepared for it, they fought to the last, and they met it without bowing. To a Viking audience, this was the highest honour. It was not about surviving forever, but about dying well, leaving a mark in the great saga of the world. Yet Ragnarök is not the end of all things. When the fires die and the waters recede, the earth rises again, fresh and green. A new sun, daughter of the one devoured, climbs into the sky. Balder returns from hell, forgiven and radiant. Hörder, who once killed him, is welcomed into the new age. Thor's sons Magni and Modi inherit Mjolnir. From the shelter of Yggdrasil emerge two humans, Leif and Lifthrasir, who survived the flames and the floods by hiding in the World Tree's embrace. They drink the morning dew and set about repopulating the earth. The new world is not a paradise. It will still know strife, storms and shadows. But it will also know beauty, and life will begin again. In this way, Ragnarök mirrors the cycles of nature in the north. The death of winter, the rebirth of spring, the knowledge that no frost lasts forever, and no summer endures without change. Some believe the myth of Ragnarök may have been shaped by real disasters. Volcanic eruptions, which would have darkened the skies and caused summers to fail. Massive storms and floods that could have swallowed coastlines. Even memories of the migration age, when whole peoples were uprooted and forced into new lands. Others see it as part of a wider Indo-European pattern, for stories of cosmic battles and world-ending fires appear in many ancient cultures. But for the Norse, it is more than just myth. It is a mirror to life itself. All must end, even the gods. And it is not the ending that defines you, but how you meet it. There is a grim humour in this. The same that might prompt a Viking to carve a dragon's head on the prow of his ship before sailing into a storm. You may be swallowed whole tomorrow, but today you look magnificent. And so the skalds told and retold the tale of Ragnarök in smoky halls, with the firelight catching on shields and spears. The listeners would nod, not in fear, but in recognition. This was their truth. That courage is not the absence of doom, but the will to face it. And that in the ashes, something green will grow again. Ragnarök was not the final page, but the turning of it, the close of one world and the start of another. And the wheel will turn again, as it always has, as it always will. The Norse myths don't end simply because the sagas say they do. Ragnarök may bring the world crashing down in flame and flood, but stories are stubborn things. They slip through endings, reshape themselves, and linger like echoes in a long fjord. And so, the tales of Odin, Thor, Freyr, and Loki have never truly gone. They've been told and retold for more than 1,000 years, and they still find new ways to reach us. In poems, in place names, in pop culture, and in the quiet knowledge that somewhere, once upon a time, people looked up at the same stars and believed those gods were watching. In the Viking Age, roughly between the late 8th and early 11th centuries, these myths were more than pleasant stories for winter nights. They were religion, social glue, and an explanation for the world's unpredictable ways. A fisherman in a narrow fjord might pray to Njord for a safe catch. A farmer staring at a grey sky and wondering if the frost would kill his crops might make an offering to Freyr. A warrior going to sea might trust Thor to guide his ship through storms. Even the trickster Loki had his uses. After all, in a dangerous and unpredictable world, cunning could be as valuable as brute strength. The gods were not distant abstractions. They were woven into the daily life of the people, present in the land, the sea and the sky. We can still see that belief written in stone. Across Scandinavia and the lands where Vikings settled stand the rune stones, carved memorials raised for the dead or to mark important deeds. Some bear symbols, like Thor's hammer, a public sign of faith and defiance during the slow spread of Christianity. Others show carved scenes. Odin riding his 8-legged horse Sleipnir, Valkyries bearing fallen warriors to Valhalla, or Thor wrestling with the mighty Midgard serpent. These images were not decoration for its own sake. They were a visible link between the living and the divine. The change from pagan belief to Christianity was neither sudden nor without tension. By the late Viking Age, Christian missionaries were travelling through Scandinavia, sometimes welcomed, sometimes treated with suspicion, and occasionally chased out entirely. Some kings converted for political advantage. Aligning with Christian Europe opened the door to trade and alliances, while others clung to the old ways for as long as they could. For a time, the two beliefs existed side by side. Archaeologists have found graves where the deceased wears both a cross and a Thor's hammer pendant, as though one might need both sets of divine protection in the afterlife. Old law codes reveal the compromises and contradictions of this period, when the old gods were no longer officially worshipped, yet their memory was far from erased. Ironically, we owe much of our surviving knowledge of Norse mythology to Christian scribes. In Iceland, which converted to Christianity around the year 1000, the old oral tradition was eventually written down in the 13th century. The poetic Edda and the prose? Edda, our most important sources, were compiled during this period, most famously by Snorri Sturluson, a Christian chieftain, poet, and historian. Snorri's aim was not to revive pagan religion, but to preserve cultural heritage and to provide a handbook for aspiring poets. Even so, his work preserved an extraordinary wealth of myth, legend, and heroic saga. Some details may have been shaped by Christian values or filtered through his own interpretations, but without him, vast portions of the Norse cosmos might have been lost entirely. The Norse gods left their mark on language itself. In English, Wednesday comes from Woden's Day, Woden being the Anglo-Saxon form of Odin. Thursday is Thor's Day. Friday comes from Frigg or Freya. In the landscapes of Scandinavia and beyond, you can find place names honouring the gods. Odense in Denmark, meaning Odin's sanctuary. Torsby in Sweden, meaning Thor's village. And countless hills, meadows, and lakes named for deities and mythic beings. The gods were tied to the land in a way that made them seem permanent, even when belief in them faded. By the 19th century, Norse mythology enjoyed a powerful revival thanks to the Romantic movement. Artists, writers, and musicians across Europe rediscovered the sagas and celebrated their raw, elemental beauty. Painters like Morten Eskilving depicted Thor with muscles, lightning, and a glare that could send a frost giant packing. Poets reimagined the myths with grand language and tragic pathos. In Germany, Richard Wagner's operas wove Norse and Germanic myths into sweeping musical dramas, though with plenty of artistic liberties. The 20th century carried the gods into entirely new worlds. J.R.R. Tolkien, a scholar of Old Norse, borrowed heavily from the Eddas when creating Middle-earth. Gandalf, wandering in his grey robes, recalls Odin in disguise. The names of Tolkien's dwarves come directly from the Völuspá. The concept of a final, all-consuming battle owes something to Ragnarök. Later, fantasy authors, role-playing games, and even comic books would follow the same path, taking the myths apart and reassembling them in unexpected ways. Today, the Norse gods are global celebrities. Marvel's Thor and Loki are far removed from their ancient counterparts, yet they keep the names alive for millions. Video games like God of War reimagine the Nine Realms with lavish detail, blending myth and invention into an interactive saga. Television series like Vikings weave historical drama with moments of old belief, bringing figures like Ragnar Lothbrok into homes far from the shores of the north. The enduring appeal of these myths lies partly in the god's flaws. Odin seeks wisdom at all costs, yet cannot avoid his fate. Thor is brave and strong, but not always subtle in thought. Freya is generous, but has her moments of fierce pride. Loki is clever, yet dangerous, a source of both help and harm. They are powerful, but they are also recognisably human in their emotions and mistakes. In them, the Vikings saw magnified versions of themselves, beings who could win great victories, yet still be undone by their own choices. The themes the myths carry are timeless. Fate is inescapable. Order and chaos are in constant struggle. Endings lead to beginnings. Ragnarök is not the end, but a turning of the wheel, after which the world begins anew. In the harsh realities of the Viking age, this view of life and death made sense. Crops could fail, ships could sink, loved ones could be lost. But the cycle would turn, and life would go on. In the modern Nordic countries, Norse mythology remains part of the cultural landscape. Iceland officially recognises Asatru, a revival of the old faith, whose followers honour the gods through seasonal rites. For some, it is a living religion. For others, it is a cultural connection, with Odin as a symbol of wisdom, Thor of protection, Freya of love and beauty, and Loki of change. In schools, children learn about the old myths alongside history and literature. Museums display artifacts, from intricately worked jewellery to ships that once carried Vikings across the seas. The reach of Norse myth extends well beyond its birthplace. Scandinavian immigrants to North America brought the stories with them, and towns in the American Midwest bear names like Odin, Thor, and Valhalla. Folklore in parts of Britain still holds traces of the old gods. Musicians, from classical composers to heavy metal bands, have drawn inspiration from the Eddas. Even NASA has paid tribute, naming moons, asteroids and spacecraft after figures like Sleipnir and Mjolnir. What makes these myths so resilient is their adaptability. The same tale can be told around a Viking hearth, in the soaring notes of an opera, or in the pixelated landscapes of a video game. The gods themselves were shapeshifters, and their stories shift in much the same way, reshaping to fit each new audience. One can imagine the old skalds, the poets and storytellers of the Viking Age, listening in on our modern retellings. They might be puzzled to see Thor wielding a hammer that behaves like a guided missile, or Loki becoming a sort of charming anti-hero. But they would recognise the core of the stories. They would understand that tales evolve, and that keeping them alive sometimes means letting them change. The Norse myths are not relics locked away in the past. They are threads woven into language, culture, and imagination. They speak to anyone who has faced uncertainty, fought against the odds, or wondered about the pattern of fate. They remind us that even when the end is foretold, what matters is how we meet it, with courage, cunning, or perhaps just the stubborn refusal to give in. And as long as the stories are told, the gods will remain, not in Asgard, not in some unreachable heaven, but here, in the minds of those who still find meaning in their tales. Let us begin, as all good stories ought to begin, with a mountain at dusk. Not just any mountain, mind you, Mount Olympus, the divine residence of the gods, where the clouds gather like courtly drapery and the air smells faintly of ambrosia, and perhaps, on occasion, burnt offerings wafting up from the mortal world far below. It stands tall and regal on the northern frontier of ancient Greece, its summit so often hidden by mist that it seemed only natural to assume someone or something must be living up there. In truth, Olympus is a very real mountain, the highest in Greece actually, rising to just under 10,000 feet. But to the ancient Greeks, it wasn't merely a collection of rocks and ridges. No, it was sacred geography. It was the celestial seat of power, draped in ever-changing light and ever-watchful silence. They saw it not as something to be climbed, but to be revered. A divine penthouse, if you like, with rather exclusive tenants. And those tenants are, yes, the Olympians. 12 gods and goddesses, give or take a few, depending on which myth you believe, and how generous you're feeling with seating arrangements. Together, they form the core of the ancient Greek pantheon. Capricious, passionate, thunderous, petty, brilliant. And they were worshipped, feared, and occasionally gossiped about for centuries. Quite like celebrities, really. If celebrities could hurl lightning and turn people into olive trees. But before we meet them individually, let's linger a little on the setting. For it's twilight on Olympus, the hour when the golden light fades gently behind marble colonnades and divine banquets are just beginning. Imagine wide halls gleaming with polished stone, lyres playing softly in the background, and long tables groaning with impossible fruits, cheeses aged by the winds of prophecy, and wines so potent they'd make a satyr weep with joy. This is no place of solemnity. Olympus, in myth, was vibrant, divine, occasionally chaotic, like a very large dysfunctional family gathering with a healthy sprinkling of immortality and magical livestock. The kind of place where someone is always playing a harp, and someone else is always dramatically storming out. Now, if you're imagining marble floors and ionic columns, you're not entirely off base, but don't expect a neatly catalogued palace blueprint. The earliest Greek poets, Homer and Hesiod, speak of radiant halls and cloud gates, but they weren't exactly architectural draftsmen. What we're given is a suggestion of immense beauty, shimmering materials, and eternal comfort. Halls of bronze and gold, courtyards paved with sunlight, feasts that never end, and fountains that sing. It's less of a building and more of a heavenly ambiance. And what's a good ambiance without a menu? You'll be pleased to know the gods dined rather well. Their diet consisted primarily of two things: ambrosia and nectar. Not to be confused with a posh London cafe. Ambrosia was said to be the food of immortality. What it actually tasted like depends on the source. Some say honeyed bread, others a kind of fragrant perfume you absorbed through your very essence, which frankly sounds more like skincare than a starter. Nectar, its liquid companion, flowed like sunlight in a chalice, served in cups of gold, and kept everyone in a perpetually divine state of health, youth, and likely a mild buzz. The gods didn't age. They didn't get ill. They didn't suffer the usual indignities of mortal life, apart from emotional outbursts, which, if anything, they had in abundance. The divine lifestyle was not without its duties, however. Each god had a portfolio, so to speak. Zeus, for example, handled thunderstorms, law, and infidelity. Poseidon had dominion over the sea, earthquakes, and moody tridents. Athena took care of wisdom, war strategy, and glowering from behind shields. Each Olympian had their domain, and while some took their roles seriously, others used them as an excuse to meddle in mortal affairs or skip staff meetings altogether. One might imagine that a day on Olympus involved quite a lot of sitting around looking powerful, which, to be fair, it probably did. But it also meant making decisions. Would a hero succeed in his quest? Would a city be blessed with rain or buried under ash? Would a mortal's prayer be answered or ignored? The gods were not bound by logic. They were divine after all, and if they seemed inconsistent, well, that was rather the point. The world was unpredictable, and so were its rulers. From their cloud-wrapped thrones, the gods watched mortals go about their business with varying degrees of interest. They observed, they judged, they laughed, they wept occasionally, and sometimes they interfered, often dramatically. The line between gods and mortals, you see, was not quite so firm in ancient Greek thought. The gods were not distant deities, unreachable and abstract. They were near, familiar, emotionally turbulent. They could take human form, walk among us, fall in love, or lust more often, and produce heroes with a knack for slaying monsters and starting wars. Their children became demigods, whose lives were extraordinary but seldom long. But Olympus itself was different. It was the place the gods returned to, a safe haven above the chaos of the world. Imagine, if you will, the moment after a storm, the clouds parting, a golden glow returning, and silence falling over the peaks. That was Olympus. Not a realm of perfection, but of divine pause. The only real constant in a world where nothing else lasted. Now, about the company kept on this mountain top. We often refer to the 12 Olympians, but the list wasn't entirely fixed. It usually included Zeus, Hera, Poseidon, Demeter, Athena, Apollo, Artemis, Ares, Hephaestus, Aphrodite, Hermes, and either Dionysus or Hestia. Poor Hestia was occasionally bumped from the guest list, despite being the goddess of the hearth. One assumes she didn't mind. She always struck me as someone who preferred a quiet evening by the fire to a thunderbolt measuring contest between brothers. Each god brought something unique to the table. Apollo, radiant and polished, never without his lyre or a cryptic prophecy. Artemis, watchful and swift, ever elusive beneath the trees. Ares, brawny and brash, the kind of guest who eats all the olives and breaks the furniture. Aphrodite, all soft glances and dangerously persuasive silences. And Hermes, that wily trickster with a grin that said he'd already stolen your sandals. They were gods, yes, but unmistakably human in spirit. That was the genius of Greek mythology. Its divinities reflected us in all our glittering flaws. The Greeks built temples to honour them, yes, magnificent columns rising toward the sky, sanctuaries thick with incense and prayer. But they also told stories, myths passed from lips to ears, campfires to amphitheatres, stories of love, betrayal, pride, revenge, stories that taught, warned, entertained. Olympus was not just a place above the clouds. It was a theatre stage, a family drama, a mirror of the human soul raised to cosmic scale. And what of the mortals who gazed up toward the summit? They knew they would never see its peak. Olympus was shrouded not just in clouds, but in mystery. No human was meant to reach it, not really. Those who tried, like the Titan Atlas, who bore the sky on his back, often paid dearly for their ambition. Olympus was a place of dreams. It was not for climbing, it was for imagining. And imagine it they did, the poets especially. Homer, in his Iliad and Odyssey, filled Olympus with radiant halls and divine disputes. Hesiod gave it grandeur, genealogy, structure. Later playwrights gave it irony, philosophers gave it doubt, but always Olympus remained, serene, glowing, gently aloof. Today, the mountain still stands. People hike it now, of course, in sturdy boots with trail mix and GPS. They reach the summit and see the land stretch far in all directions. The Aegean in the distance, fields below like faded mosaics. But they do not find temples, only wind and sky, and the sense of something ancient watching quietly. The gods may not live there anymore, but their stories linger in the air. And perhaps, as the sun sets over the crags and shadows pool like old wine, one might close their eyes and hear, faintly, the sound of laughter carried on the breeze, a harp, a voice, a divine footstep, something not entirely gone. So let us leave Olympus now, with a gentle step and a quiet heart. The gods are at their table, the torches are lit, and the stars have begun to shimmer above their golden halls. Sleep well, traveller, you're in good company now. We begin tonight with the sound of distant thunder. Not the kind that announces a storm, mind you. No, this one rolls in slow and steady, like a drumbeat from the heavens, accompanied by a flicker of lightning that's more theatrical than threatening. You see, when Zeus makes an entrance, he does enjoy a bit of atmosphere. Zeus, king of the gods, ruler of Olympus, lord of thunder, rain, and the celestial order, and, incidentally, one of the most complicated family men in all of mythology, which, considering his company, is really saying something. But let's not start with his scandals just yet. First, let us imagine him as the Greeks once did, seated high on his throne atop Olympus, robed in flowing white and gold, a sceptre in one hand, a thunderbolt in the other, and an expression that oscillates somewhere between stern authority and amused distraction. Around him, the air hums with power. He is not just a king. He is the very embodiment of law, order, and cosmic balance, most of the time. Zeus did not inherit Olympus by luck. His story begins in the deep past, long before there were temples, poets, or polite prayer. Born to the Titans Cronus and Rhea, Zeus was the youngest of 6 children, and the only one not immediately swallowed at birth. Yes, swallowed. Cronus, their father, had a nasty habit of eating his offspring to avoid being overthrown. It's the sort of parenting style that usually lands one on a watch list. But Rhea, the clever mother that she was, spirited baby Zeus away and tricked Cronus with a swaddled rock, which he, rather embarrassingly, swallowed whole. Meanwhile, Zeus grew up hidden in a cave on the island of Crete, raised by nymphs, suckled by a magical goat, and protected by divine warriors who clashed their spears to muffle his cries. A rather noisy nursery, but effective nonetheless. When Zeus came of age, he did what any ambitious son of prophecy might do. He returned, tricked Cronus into disgorging his siblings, and led a divine rebellion known as the Titanomachy. For 10 years, the younger gods, the Olympians, battled the old order, until Zeus hurled the final thunderbolt and sealed their victory. The Titans were cast into Tartarus, a sort of godly oubliette, and Olympus was claimed. This, then, was how Zeus became king. Not by birthright, but by cleverness, courage, and, it must be said, a knack for dramatic timing. As king, Zeus wasn't merely a figurehead. He governed the skies, yes, but also oaths, hospitality, and justice. If someone broke a sacred promise, it was Zeus they feared. If a stranger arrived at your door, you offered them food and drink in Zeus's name. He was, in many ways, the god of social glue, the one who held things together, even if his own household was often teetering on the brink. Now, if you'll forgive a brief aside, no discussion of Zeus is complete without addressing the, shall we say, romantic entanglements. Zeus, it must be admitted, had a wandering eye, and foot, and the occasional animal disguise. His liaisons with mortal women, and quite a few goddesses, form a veritable catalogue of ancient myths. Sometimes he approached them in the form of a handsome man, other times as a swan, a bull, a shower of golden light. Whatever works, I suppose. These unions produced many of the great heroes of Greek mythology: Heracles, Perseus, Helen of Troy, Minos, and so on. Each was born of a different woman, each destined for a different path, and each a small stitch in the grand tapestry of Zeus's legacy, though perhaps not the sort of legacy Hera, his wife, had in mind. Ah yes, Hera, queen of the gods, goddess of marriage, and long-suffering spouse of the most prolific philanderer in Olympus. Their marriage, as immortal as it was, would not be described as tranquil. Hera was dignified, intelligent, and ferociously proud. Zeus, for his part, loved her, in his own way, but that didn't stop him from repeatedly testing the limits of her patience. If you've ever attended a family dinner where no one mentions the elephant in the room, and then Zeus turns into that elephant, well, you begin to get the idea. Their quarrels were the stuff of legend. Sometimes Hera would attempt to outwit or even overthrow her husband. Once, she orchestrated a rebellion among the Olympians, and Zeus had to be rescued by a 100-armed giant named Briareus. Another time, he suspended her from the sky by golden chains as punishment. Not his finest moment, to be sure. But always they reconciled, or at least reached a détente. Immortality is a long time, after all. One does get used to things. Yet Zeus's story is not all mischief and lightning. He was also the arbiter of cosmic balance. When mortals committed crimes or acted with hubris, that dangerous blend of arrogance and defiance, it was Zeus who issued judgment. He sent omens. He dispatched the Furies. He struck down the proud. But he also rewarded virtue. He upheld the sacred bonds of guest and host. And he listened to prayer. The Greeks saw him as the great anchor of divine authority. His image adorned temples, coins, and statues across the ancient world. In Olympia, a colossal gold and ivory statue of Zeus sat within the grand temple, crafted by the sculptor Phidias, and counted among the 7 wonders of the ancient world. He was not merely a myth, he was a cultural cornerstone. And yet, there's something very human about him, isn't there? For all his thunderbolts and grandeur, Zeus often behaved like an exasperated father trying to keep a house full of eccentric children from setting the curtains on fire. He meddled in Trojan politics. He weighed the fates of heroes in battle. He tried, often in vain, to maintain order on Olympus. It was a divine soap opera, and Zeus was both director and reluctant lead. He could be merciful, forgiving Prometheus, for instance, after centuries of punishment for stealing fire for mankind. And he could be vengeful, as when he flooded the earth to cleanse it of human wickedness. But above all, Zeus was consistent in one regard. He reminded mortals of the limits of their reach. In the myths, those who challenged him, whether giants or kings, almost always fell. Not because Zeus hated them, necessarily, but because the natural order had to be preserved. And order was what Zeus valued most. In the post-Titan world, the universe was no longer chaos and darkness. It had rhythm, seasons, laws. The stars wheeled in the sky. The rains came and went. Cities rose and fell, but the heavens endured. And somewhere, high above, Zeus watched it all. Now it's easy to imagine him as simply a tyrant with a thunderbolt, but I prefer to think of him as something more complex. A divine figure who carried the weight of the world's unpredictability on his shoulders. One who stood between the realm of mortals and the unknown beyond. One who roared and wept and raged, not because he was cruel, but because the world was full of choices, and none of them ever simple. Even the gods had their burdens. So when we picture him, let it be not only with power in his gaze, but with weariness behind it. For though he was the king, his rule was never quiet. There was always a new hero to watch, a new war to judge, a new prophecy to ponder. And all the while the wind shifted, the clouds gathered, and somewhere down below, a poet whispered his name. Tonight, the thunder is distant, the skies are calm. Zeus reclines in his hall, the firelight glinting off his crown, and the world, for the moment, is at peace. The stars blink overhead like ancient eyes, and the mountain breathes its slow, eternal rhythm. Sleep now. You are under the watchful gaze of the King of Olympus, and he is feeling merciful tonight. Settle in now. The lamps are low, the fire is quiet, and tonight we turn our attention to Hera, Queen of the Gods. You've already met her husband Zeus in all his thunder-tossing, shape-shifting glory. But Hera is something quite different. Not a ruler of the skies, not a wielder of storms or prophecies, but the quiet and steady heart of Olympus. And, on more than one occasion, the source of a sharp look that could turn a lesser deity into stone, or at the very least send them scuttling off to a minor temple in Thessaly. She was, and remains, the goddess of marriage, of women, of childbirth, and of regal dignity. But Hera is not merely domestic. She is not gentle in the way springtime is gentle. She is fierce, enduring, intelligent, and more than capable of making her displeasure known, particularly when it concerns the many, many indiscretions of her husband. But we'll get to that in good time. First, let us begin at the beginning, at her birth, long before Olympus was even built. Hera was born to the Titans, Cronus and Rhea. Yes, that same Cronus who had a rather troubling habit of swallowing his children whole. Hera, like her siblings Hestia, Demeter, Hades and Poseidon, vanished into the belly of her father until Zeus, the youngest and savviest of the lot, rescued them all. One does not typically think of rebirth as an act of digestion, but mythology rarely bothers with subtlety. When Zeus freed his siblings and overthrew the old order, Hera emerged into the world anew. Though younger than her brother husband, yes, mythology is like that, she quickly established herself not just as his consort, but as his equal in divine authority. She was not merely Zeus's wife, she was the queen of Olympus, crowned in her own right. And how did they meet? Well, Zeus, naturally, pursued her with all the subtlety of a lightning storm. But Hera, clever and cautious, was not so easily impressed. She resisted his advances, holding him at bay until he employed one of his more peculiar courtship strategies. Disguising himself as a helpless cuckoo bird, he flung himself into her lap, trembling and pitiful. Touched by pity, she cradled the bird, at which point he transformed back into himself, and, in classic divine fashion, took her by surprise. It's not exactly romantic by modern standards, but in the mythological world it was practically a sonnet. Their marriage, however, was far from idyllic. Hera, the goddess of marriage itself, found herself bound to a husband whose fidelity was about as stable as a chariot with one wheel. Zeus's dalliances with mortal women, nymphs, and even other goddesses became the stuff of legend and tragedy. Each time he strayed, Hera's response was not silence or resignation. It was vengeance, measured, precise, and often deeply poetic. But let us be fair. Hera's anger wasn't blind rage. It was rooted in dignity, in a deep sense of what was proper, sacred, and just. She did not lash out without cause. When she punished, she did so with the calm certainty of a queen upholding order in a realm that seemed determined to unravel. Consider, for instance, the tale of Io, a mortal priestess whom Zeus fancied. When Hera came sniffing around, Zeus panicked and turned Io into a white cow. Hera, of course, saw right through this bovine charade. She accepted the cow as a gift, ever so graciously, and appointed Argus, a giant with 100 eyes, to guard her. Not the subtlest move, but effective. Zeus, desperate, sent Hermes to lull Argus to sleep with stories and music. And once all 100 eyes had closed, Hermes dispatched him. Hera was furious. She retrieved the cowgirl Io and placed Argus's many eyes onto the tail of her sacred bird, the peacock, a detail that endures in the bird's plumage to this day. That's the thing about Hera. She didn't forget. She memorialized. She took insults and carved them into the stars, into feathers, into stone. Not out of spite, but out of principle. Her world was order, and when it was disrupted, she responded accordingly. Another tale, this one involving Heracles, one of Zeus's many sons by another woman. Hera hated him from the moment he drew breath. She sent serpents into his cradle. She drove him to madness. She placed obstacles in his path at every turn. And yet, in an irony almost too perfect, it was Heracles, after his death, who was welcomed into Olympus and reconciled with Hera, even marrying her daughter Hebe. One imagines the family dinners were tense, but Hera was not merely an angry wife. That's a simplification, and an unfair one. She was the goddess to whom women prayed for safe childbirth, for a stable home, for the sacred bond of marriage to hold firm. She was protector and patroness of queens. Her temples were among the most splendid in Greece, particularly the great Heraion near Argos, where priestesses performed elaborate rituals and dedicated their lives to her service. She was also embodiment of regal poise. When Homer describes her in the Iliad, it's with a kind of awed reverence. Tall, proud, golden-eyed. She rides in a chariot pulled by peacocks, wears a crown that gleams with the fire of heaven, and speaks with a voice that can silence a room full of immortals. Even Zeus, for all his bluster, knew when to tread carefully around Hera. Their marriage, for all its strife, was also a political bond, a symbol of cosmic balance. Zeus representing raw power and law, and Hera representing loyalty, structure, and sacred tradition. Together they ruled not just Olympus, but the framework of the Greek cosmos. Their quarrels were myth, yes, but they also reflected the eternal struggle between freedom and fidelity, chaos and order, impulse and restraint. To worship Hera was not to adore gentleness. It was to honour strength wrapped in dignity. It was to recognise that the world needs not just storms, but boundaries. That love is not always sweet. Sometimes it is fierce, wounded, enduring. Sometimes it clenches its jaw and carries on for the sake of something larger than the self. She had her moments of compassion too. She aided Jason and the Argonauts. She watched over women in labour. She lent power to those who upheld justice. In some myths, she is a maternal figure, not soft, but solid. The kind of mother who might not kiss your scrapes, but who would stand between you and a charging bull without flinching. In art, she is nearly always majestic, seated on a throne, a sceptre in one hand, a lotus-tipped staff, or a pomegranate in the other. The pomegranate, as you might recall, being a symbol of fertility and the cycle of life, one that appears frequently in ancient depictions of divine queenship. Her sacred animals, beyond the peacock, include the cow, not merely for its docility, but for its association with nurturing and steadfastness. There's a reason the Romans called her Juno, and made her the chief goddess of their pantheon. Hera's archetype, the divine matron, both feared and revered, echoes across countless cultures. She is not a goddess who fades with time. She is one who endures it. And so we imagine her now, seated in her radiant hall, high above the clouds, the golden light of Olympus falling across her brow. The peacocks shuffle softly at her feet. The fires crackle low. A divine scroll rests beside her. Perhaps a new list of grievances, or a wedding invitation, or both. The gods around her quarrel and bicker, laugh and sulk, but Hera remains still, watchful. She does not always speak first, but when she does, Olympus listens. Tonight, her gaze is calm. Her court is quiet. Somewhere in the mortal world, a marriage is made, a child is born, a vow is kept, and the Queen of the Heavens for once is at peace. Sleep now, traveller. You rest beneath her watchful eyes, and she never forgets. The sea, even now, holds a kind of ancient silence, a deep, breathing presence beneath the surface, never quite still, never fully asleep. And in that timeless blue, long before sailors traced constellations or merchants dreamed of distant shores, the Greeks believed something older stirred, something powerful, proud, and on occasion rather moody. Poseidon, brother to Zeus and Hades, god of the sea, earthquakes, horses, and, quite notably, grudges. While Zeus ruled the skies and Hades reigned below, Poseidon claimed everything that foamed, surged, churned, and crashed. The sea, after all, was not merely water to the ancient Greeks. It was a force, a frontier, a mystery. And Poseidon was its sovereign. Imagine him now, tall, muscular, bearded like a storm-beaten king, hair tangled with salt and seaweed, his trident gleaming with the wet glint of dawn tides. He does not float above the clouds like his brother. He rides the crests of waves, pulled by hippocamps, those mythical seahorses with hooves of foam and manes like river reeds. When he speaks, it's with the low rumble of tectonic plates shifting beneath your feet. He is the voice of the ocean floor, old, rumbling, and not particularly patient. His realm is vast, not only the sea itself, but every inlet, spring, and underground stream. Sailors prayed to him before journeys. Fishermen whispered his name over their nets. Even those on dry land, far from the coast, feared his wrath. Earthquakes, which the Greeks called Poseidon shaking the ground, were seen as his doing. You may recall, he's not the type to knock politely when displeased. Like his brothers, Poseidon's origin begins in darkness, swallowed, like the rest of his siblings, by Cronus, then freed by Zeus. After the Titanomachy, the war against the old gods, the world was divided. Zeus took the sky, Hades took the underworld. Poseidon was given the sea, not as a consolation prize, mind you, but as a dominion equal in majesty and terror. And to be fair, it rather suited him. Poseidon's nature was not, shall we say, consistent. Some days he was beneficent, the god who granted calm winds, guided ships safely home, and coaxed fresh water from dry earth. Other times, not so much. He could whip the sea into a frenzy, send monstrous waves toward unsuspecting shores, and summon sea beasts large enough to snack on entire cities. He was not cruel, simply temperamental. The sea, after all, is both giver and taker, and so was he. One of his more famous tempers was directed at a city we now know as Athens. You see, Poseidon and his niece Athena both wished to become its patron deity. The gods proposed a contest. Each would present a gift, and the people would choose which god to honour. Poseidon struck the earth with his trident and produced a spring. Though awkwardly, it was salt water, which isn't terribly helpful inland. Athena, meanwhile, offered the olive tree, a symbol of peace, prosperity, and rather useful for cooking. The Athenians, ever practical, chose her. Poseidon, in classic form, did not take the loss well. He flooded parts of the land in retaliation, and though things eventually settled, it was clear losing was not something he tolerated gracefully. His relationships, like his tempers, were turbulent. He married a sea goddess named Amphitrite, one of the 50 Nereids. She initially fled his courtship, which involved a fair bit of chasing and the help of a dolphin. Yes, really. But eventually she relented, and they settled into what was, by Olympian standards, a relatively stable marriage. Their son Triton was half man, half fish, and often depicted blowing a conch shell to calm or summon the waves. That said, Poseidon was not the most faithful of husbands. His list of lovers and offspring rivals that of Zeus, and includes mortals, nymphs, and even creatures of his own making. His most famous children include the winged horse Pegasus, born from Medusa's severed neck after Poseidon, rather undiplomatically, had pursued her in Athena's temple. There's also Polyphemus, the Cyclops, who rather famously got on the wrong side of Odysseus. But more on that later. Poseidon's power was vast, but it was not always respected, especially by heroes who ought to have known better. Take Odysseus, for example. After blinding Polyphemus during his long journey home from Troy, he made the fatal error of taunting the Cyclops, whose father, of course, was Poseidon. This turned what should have been a 10-day voyage into a 10-year epic filled with shipwrecks, sirens, and sulking gods. The lesson? Never anger the man who controls your travel plans. Yet Poseidon was also a builder. He helped construct the walls of Troy, though when the king refused to pay him properly, Poseidon ensured the city would one day fall. Again, we return to the theme of divine memory. The Olympians, especially Poseidon, had long memories, and an even longer sense of justice when they felt slighted. Worship of Poseidon was widespread in coastal regions. The Isthmus of Corinth housed one of his major temples, a grand structure where sailors and seagoers offered sacrifices for safe passage. Horses were sacred to him, not just sea horses, but earthly ones too. He was said to have created the first horse, striking the earth with his trident. In some myths, he's even credited with teaching humanity how to harness their strength. A reminder that Poseidon, though wild, could be generous when honoured properly. But the sea is not merely geography. To the Greeks, it was a living presence. It connected lands, carried myths, swallowed empires. And Poseidon was its voice, never entirely predictable, but always aware. His temples stood open to the wind. His statues looked outward toward the horizon. The sea was his, and so was the space between. He was also deeply involved in the origin stories of many islands. Greek mythology is filled with accounts of Poseidon raising lands from the sea, or smashing them in fits of wrath. The island of Delos, sacred to Apollo and Artemis, was said to have once floated freely across the Aegean until Poseidon anchored it in place. There were times, too, when he struck land into being, new shores rising in tribute to his power. In festivals, Poseidon's worshippers did not always offer their prayers in gentle tones. Sacrifices were often made with a mix of fear and reverence. At some coastal sites, entire horses were driven into the sea as offerings, not out of cruelty, but because Poseidon's hunger was thought to match the size of his domain. He was not a half-god, not a tender god. He was primal, elemental. Even the Romans, who called him Neptune, retained this vision of a forceful, ocean-bound deity. His image persisted through empires, carved into stone, etched into coins, guiding ships long after belief in him had faded. The sea, after all, does not forget its gods so easily. We imagine him now in his underwater palace, made of coral and pearl, the walls shimmering with light filtered through leagues of ocean. Sea nymphs glide past like shadows. Triton's conch echoes faintly through distant caverns. Poseidon himself sits upon a throne of stone and shell, gazing out across his domain, silent but not still, never still. He does not speak often, but when he does, the waters respond. Perhaps he watches the mortals sailing above, their sails full of borrowed wind, their ships no more than fragile bones upon the deep. Perhaps he lets them pass. Or perhaps he sends a gentle ripple, just a reminder that he is there. Not cruel, this god, but not forgetful. He embodies the sea, vast, mercurial, essential. A god of storms and silences alike. And for the Greeks, he was not to be loved blindly, but respected absolutely. So tonight, as you drift toward dreams, let the rhythm of waves soothe your mind. The ocean has its stories, old and echoing. And far beneath, Poseidon rests, not sleeping but listening. Sleep well now. The sea is calm tonight, and he allows it. Beneath the world we know, beneath the mountain roots and the drifting ocean floor, there lies a place older than memory, darker than night, and stiller than time. It is not a place of fire, though later ages would say so. nor is it a prison. It is simply what comes next. The Greeks called it the underworld, and at its quiet centre sits Hades, god of the dead. Hades, the eldest son of Cronus and Rhea, did not rule Olympus. He did not hurl thunder or stir the seas. His power did not flash. It endured. When the world was divided among the three brothers after the defeat of the Titans, Zeus drew the sky, Poseidon the sea, and Hades, without protest, accepted the land beneath the earth. Some say he was unlucky. Others say he chose it. In truth, Hades never needed spectacle to be sovereign. He simply was. He is a god of silence, not absence, not cruelty, silence. In myth, he rarely shouts or boasts. He acts with measure, with weight. Mortals feared him, yes, but they also respected him. Not because he brought death, he did not, but because he received it. Because all roads in time lead to him. His realm is vast, layered like the roots of a great tree. The dead come by way of Hermes, who guides them gently down. At the threshold waits Charon, the ferryman, demanding his coin. It was for this reason that Greeks placed obols in the mouths of their dead. To be caught without payment meant wandering the shores of the Styx forever, unheard and unmourned. And the Styx is only one of many rivers. There is the Acheron, river of pain, the Cocytus, river of lamentation, the Phlegethon, which burns without consuming, and Lethe, river of forgetfulness, whose waters wash the mind to sleep. Each river marks a passage, not just in distance, but in meaning. They do not flow through geography. They flow through memory, through fear, through hope. The dead are judged by three ancient kings, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus. Most souls go to the asphodel meadows, where they drift in a dreamless peace, unremarkable, undisturbed. A few, the wicked, descend to Tartarus, the deepest pit where punishment suits the crime, and a rare few, the most noble, ascend to the Elysian fields, a place of music, sunlight, and soft breezes, where even in death the good may breathe freely. This realm is Hades' charge. He governs it not with fire, but with order. He is not cruel, he is not kind. He simply ensures that what must be, is, that every soul is received, remembered, and placed. There is dignity in that, and yet despite this, he is often misunderstood. In art and story, he is sometimes mistaken for the villain, perhaps because death itself is feared, and he is its face. But Hades is no more evil than gravity. He does not hunt souls. He does not tempt or torment. He rules, patiently and perpetually, over the inevitable. His most famous myth, of course, is that of Persephone. The tale begins in sunlight, with flowers. Persephone, daughter of Demeter, goddess of the harvest, was picking blooms in a field when the earth opened. Hades rose in his chariot of obsidian and took her, down, down, beneath the roots of the world. Demeter searched the earth, refusing to let crops grow until her daughter was returned. And so, at last, a compromise was made. Persephone would spend part of the year above with her mother, and part below with her husband. Thus came the seasons. Spring and summer for joy, autumn and winter for mourning. Was it love? Was it power? The myths differ. But in the underworld, Persephone became queen. Not a captive, not merely a consort, but a ruler in her own right. She sat beside Hades, not behind him. She guided the dead, past judgment, tended the pale gardens of the shades. And Hades? He did not rage. He did not betray. In all the stories, he is perhaps the only god who does not cheat, who does not stray. His realm was enough. His crown was enough. His queen was enough. He is often called Ploten, the rich one, for all things beneath the earth belong to him. Gold, silver, precious stones, seeds in the soil. From him come not only endings, but beginnings. Seeds must lie in darkness before they sprout, and Hades rules that darkness. He rarely appeared among the other gods. When he did, it was always for great cause. He aided in the war against the giants. He lent his helm of invisibility to Perseus, who used it to escape after slaying Medusa. But mostly he remained apart, watching, waiting, attending to his domain. His presence was felt in rituals of mourning, in the rustle of grave goods, in the hush after a final breath. Sacrifices to Hades were done at night, with black animals, the smoke sent downward. His name was spoken in whispers, or not at all. To call him drew his gaze, and that was a heavy thing. Yet not all feared him. At Eleusis, his name was part of the mystery rites that promised rebirth. In the Orphic traditions, he was not an ending, but a gatekeeper to the next beginning. Some even believed in cycles of life and death, of reincarnation. And Hades stood not as a wall, but as a door. Imagine him now, if you will, seated on a throne of volcanic stone, surrounded by shadow, his robe falling in quiet folds. Around him flicker the shades of those long gone, speaking in murmurs only the dead understand. Beside him, Persephone tends a garden of pale flowers that bloom without sun. The air smells faintly of myrrh and memory. He holds a sceptre, not to strike, but to signal order. The dead do not rise in rebellion. They do not need chains. The weight of time itself holds them in place. Unlike his brothers, Hades does not crave glory. He is not jealous of Olympus. He does not interfere with mortals unless they enter his domain without permission. And even then, he is more judge than executioner. He sets terms. He upholds them. Consider Orpheus, who came to plead for Eurydice. Hades listened. He agreed. He gave the poet a chance to lead her out, on one condition: do not look back. And when Orpheus did, Hades took nothing more than what was owed. There was no trickery, only the rules. In a world where even gods could be petty, Hades was consistent. Perhaps that is why, for all his distance, he was trusted. Feared, yes, but also trusted. And so the Greeks lived with him always in mind. Not in terror, but in acknowledgement. They built tombs with care. They left offerings. They remembered names. Because to be remembered was to remain just a little longer in the world above. Tonight, as you lay your head down, you need not fear the god below. He is not waiting in your shadow. He is keeping watch over those already gone. He tends a realm not of fire, but of memory. He sits in silence, because there is nothing more to prove. Sleep now. Let the earth hold you gently. Let your thoughts drift like leaves on the Acheron. Let the hush of that quiet kingdom lull you into rest. Hades waits, but not for you, not yet. He only waits as the world turns, and he always will. They say she was born not in the ordinary way, but from a headache, a rather severe one. Zeus, as the story goes, had swallowed her mother, Metis, the goddess of wisdom, because it had been foretold that she would bear a child mightier than he. Problem solved, he thought. But divine digestion is rarely the end of a tale in Greek myth. One day, Zeus began to suffer an unbearable pain in his skull. Gods gathered. Suggestions were made. Eventually Hephaestus, ever practical, struck Zeus's head with an axe. Out sprang Athena, fully grown and fully armed, a spear in one hand and a shield in the other, shouting a battle cry that echoed across Olympus. A dramatic entrance, even by divine standards. Athena, goddess of wisdom, war strategy, crafts and reason, arrived not as a child but as an idea made flesh. Poised, calm, and already thinking 3 moves ahead. She wore a helm, bore the aegis of Zeus, and from her first breath demanded the respect of gods and mortals alike. Her presence on Olympus was distinct. Unlike many of her peers, Athena was not known for tempestuous love affairs or dramatic feuds over vanity, though she wasn't entirely above such things. She was measured, exacting, and rather fond of logic. In a realm of passion and power, she was principle personified. That said, she was not cold. She simply saw the long game. Cities and civilizations adored her. Most famously, of course, Athens itself took her name. The contest between Athena and Poseidon for the patronage of the city is one of these tales that reveals as much about Greek values as it does about the gods themselves. Poseidon, being who he was, offered a gift of grandeur. He struck the earth and produced a saltwater spring, or in some versions a warhorse. Either way impressive, but not terribly useful to the residents of a rocky inland city. Athena, ever pragmatic, planted the olive tree. Shade, food, oil, and wood, all from one gift. The Athenians chose her, and frankly, who wouldn't? From then on, Athena became more than a goddess to them. She was the guardian of their identity, their sense of civic pride, their pursuit of reason, art, and just war. Her temple, the Parthenon, still crowns the Acropolis today, its columns watching the Aegean like sentinels of marble. It remains not just a relic of ancient architecture, but a testament to her enduring spirit. Athena's approach to war was nothing like Ares' bloodlust. She preferred tactics, planning, the application of intelligence to conflict. She represented the mind in battle, not the frenzy. She advised heroes rather than charging in herself. Odysseus, in particular, earned her favour. His cunning, his guile, his talent for words over weapons, all were qualities she prized. She guided him home through storm and strife, always the voice of reason whispering beneath the chaos. But wisdom is not always gentle. Athena could be uncompromising, and when insulted her wrath was cold and enduring. Take the tale of Arachne, a mortal weaver whose skill was so great she dared claim superiority to the goddess herself. Athena, not known for indulging arrogance, challenged her to a contest. Arachne's tapestry was flawless, even daring to depict the gods in their less flattering moments. Athena, though impressed, tore it to shreds. She struck Arachne down, but, in a rare moment of mercy or poetic judgment, transformed her into the first spider, to weave forever. This balance of pride and precision defined Athena. She upheld honour, but never shied from asserting her place. She did not scream. She did not scheme. She simply stood her ground, and others yielded. She was also a patroness of crafts and invention. Pottery, weaving, architecture, all fell under her guidance. She inspired not just warriors, but artisans, philosophers, and lawmakers. Her symbol, the owl, denoted clear-sightedness, and was stamped on the coins of Athens. Wherever thoughtful hands shaped the world, Athena was there. Artists spoke her name before chiselling marble. Statesmen offered silent prayers before debating law. Curiously, she remained a virgin goddess, not in prudishness, but in independence. She did not marry. She did not pursue or yield to pursuit. Her loyalty lay with principle, not passion. This lent her a certain clarity, a steadiness untouched by the usual romantic entanglements that entangled her peers. She stood alone, and from deep solitude came strength. Even her friends knew to tread carefully. When Tiresias, the blind prophet, accidentally witnessed her bathing, Athena struck him blind. But in fairness, she also gave him the gift of prophecy to balance the scales. Firm but fair. That was her way. In art, Athena is almost always armed, but never aggressive. Her shield often bore the head of Medusa, a grim gift from Perseus after his fateful quest. According to some tales, she aided him by guiding his hand, lending him tools, whispering courage. But her choice to place Medusa's face on her shield? That was something more. A warning, perhaps, or a reminder that wisdom does not flinch from horror. It absorbs it, reflects it, uses it. Athena had no shortage of temples across the Greek world. In addition to the Parthenon, sanctuaries in places like Delphi and Sparta honoured her many aspects: warrior, lawgiver, protector. Festivals such as the Panathenea celebrated her birth and her role in civic life, combining athletic contests, sacrifices, and parades of woven robes made in her honour. In one such rite, young women would carry offerings in silence, their steps measured, their robes flowing like water under olive trees. Her epithets tell the story of her scope: Athena Parthenos, the maiden; Athena Polius, of the city; Athena Promachos, she who fights in front; Athena Ergane, the industrious; Athena Nike, bearer of victory. She was many things, but never distant. Even in myth, she is the goddess most likely to walk beside mortals, to speak plainly, to guide without condescension. She saw potential where others saw fault. She offered guidance, not flattery; expectation, not indulgence. There were contradictions, of course. She upheld justice, but stood silent when her fellow gods acted with less than noble intent. She punished women who crossed lines, yet empowered heroes to defy the odds. But perhaps that was her wisdom, knowing when to act and when to wait. Not every wrong needed to be shouted down. Some could be corrected with time, with silence, with the long view. Athena always had the long view. She rarely raised her voice, but when she did, it was the sound of clear judgment, like bronze striking bronze in the still air before battle. A single note, impossible to ignore. Her advice was often laced with calm warnings, softly spoken truths. In council, the gods might argue for hours, but when Athena spoke, the room fell still. Her logic was not easily refuted. Her presence was not easily dismissed. Imagine her now, seated on her marble throne, high in the halls of Olympus. Her eyes are cool and calm, scanning scrolls of mortal deeds. She does not smile often, but when she does, it is the smile of one who sees potential, not perfection. Her owl perches silently nearby, and outside, the stars wheel in precise procession. Every movement above reflects her mind below, quiet, deliberate, constant. Somewhere below, a child learns to write. A potter turns a wheel. A general marks a map. A philosopher pauses mid-thought, wondering from where the insight came. And in all these things, Athena stirs. She is not the flashiest of gods, not the loudest, but she is the one whose name is whispered in libraries and courtrooms, in war rooms and workshops. She is wisdom in bronze, and tonight, as you close your eyes and drift toward dreams, know that she keeps watch, not in thunder or fire, but in thought, in structure, in the still strength of what is rightly built. Sleep now, and if you dream, let it be of olive groves and marble halls, of clear skies and steady hands. Athena is near, and she is thinking. In the soft glow before dawn, when the world holds its breath and the sky hesitates between silver and gold, two figures move through myth. Twins, born of the same mother, destined to walk very different paths beneath the same ancient heavens. Apollo and Artemis, sunlight and moonlight, brother and sister, opposites and echoes. They were born on the island of Delos, a place said to have once drifted free in the sea until it anchored itself just in time to shelter their mother, Leto. Hera, ever so fond of revenge and not at all fond of Zeus's many liaisons, had forbidden any land to receive Leto while she was pregnant. Delos, unrooted and wild, was not bound by such rules. And so, on that shifting soil beneath a curious sky, Leto gave birth to Artemis first, and then Apollo. From the beginning, they were not ordinary children. Artemis, it is said, helped deliver her brother, and thus became the goddess of childbirth and protector of the young. Apollo, radiant and golden, emerged second, but would come to embody light, music, poetry, prophecy, and healing. A resume so robust it might make even Hermes blink. The two were close, but distinct. Artemis claimed the wild, forests, mountains, creatures of the night. She roamed with her bow and hounds, untouched by civilization, untouched by men. A virgin goddess, her strength lay in independence, her power in her distance. She guarded the liminal spaces, dusk, wilderness, the edge of becoming. Apollo, by contrast, loved the centre, the sunlight, the lyre, the temple steps warm with afternoon heat. He ruled order and clarity, truth spoken through the lips of oracles, the measured beat of poetry, the clean line of sculpture. Where Artemis prowled under trees, Apollo strode into plazas, head lifted, every step in rhythm. And yet they remained mirrors of each other. Where he brought the day, she drew the night. Where he offered reason, she guarded mystery. They did not oppose one another, but completed a circle. Apollo's most famous shrine was at Delphi, where the oracle of the Pythia would sit upon a tripod and speak his prophecies, often in riddles that twisted fate and free will into a single thread. Pilgrims came from across the Greek world to ask their questions and receive their cryptic answers. And though the responses were maddeningly vague at times, Apollo's gift was not in simplicity, it was in insight. He was also a musician beyond compare. His lyre, given to him by Hermes in apology for a rather cheeky cattle theft, became a symbol of celestial harmony. With it, he could soothe storms, calm minds, and sway hearts. His songs were not merely entertainment, they were structure, soul, cosmos turned into melody. But Apollo was not all light. His stories, like those of all the Olympians, carry shadows. He loved often and disastrously. Daphne, a nymph who fled him, was turned into a laurel tree to escape his pursuit. Coronis, whom he loved, betrayed him, and he struck her down, only to save their unborn child, Asclepius, god of medicine. His wrath was precise, his grief enduring. Artemis too had her shadows. She punished those who saw her without consent. Actaeon, a hunter, stumbled upon her bathing and was transformed into a stag, torn apart by his own hounds. She was protective to the point of fury, unyielding in her expectations. But she was also kind to those who honoured her solitude. She guarded the vulnerable, walked beside maidens, lent her strength to women in labour, and was invoked in the hush of moonlit prayers. Unlike her brother, Artemis built no cities. Her temples were often deep in forests or perched on cliffside paths. She preferred the company of nymphs, wild animals and stars, and yet her worship was widespread. From Ephesus to Broron, from Arcadia to Sicily, girls danced in her honour, shedding their childhood names in rites of passage that whispered of transformation. Together, Apollo and Artemis represented more than light and dark. They were a pair of divine principles: reason and intuition, civilization and wilderness, speech and silence, the bow that hunted and the lyre that healed, and always, always they remained siblings, never rivals, never strangers. One tale tells of the Gigantomachy, the battle between the gods and the giants. In it, Apollo and Artemis fought side by side. He struck with arrows of burning gold, she with arrows silver cold. Together they felled foes far larger than themselves, their aim unwavering, their cause righteous. The sun and moon fought as one. Another myth speaks of the death of Niobe's children. Niobe, a queen, mocked Leto for having only 2 offspring, while she herself had many. Enraged by the insult, Artemis and Apollo took up their bows. One by one, they struck down Niobe's children. He the sons, she the daughters. Only one child, in some versions, was spared. Niobe fled, weeping, and was turned to stone, a waterfall of endless mourning. The lesson, while grim, was clear. Do not mock the mother of light and shadow. And yet these myths were not simply warnings. They were mirrors held to the human heart, showing how passion, loyalty, and power play out in forms larger than life. Through these stories, the Greeks explored the very structure of feeling. Apollo and Artemis did not merely punish or protect. They expressed divine aspects of our own inner worlds. Apollo, the god of healing, was also the god of plague. A single note from his bow could bring sickness, another restoration. Artemis, goddess of the hunt, was both life-giver and death-dealer to animals. They held paradox in their palms, like a bowstring stretched between extremes. Historically, their worship shaped much of Greek religious life. At Delphi, Apollo's oracle defined political decisions, voyages, and even wars. The Delian League took its name from his birthplace. Athletes swore oaths in his name before the Pythian Games, held every 4 years in his honour. Artemis, meanwhile, was central to rites of maturity. At Broron, girls approaching womanhood took part in rituals where they dressed as bears, an echo of Artemis's role as guardian of transitions. Her sanctuary at Ephesus, with its massive temple and statues adorned with symbols of fertility and wildlife, was one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. The Romans, too, honoured them. Apollo remained Apollo, a rare instance of continuity. Artemis became Diana, and her image continued to stalk moonlit groves, untamed and untouched. In art, Apollo is shown as youthful, beardless, often holding his lyre or bow. His face is serene, his posture poised. He represents the ideal: balance, grace, harmony. Artemis, in contrast, is swift and sure. Her robes swirl as she moves, her gaze sharp as the silver tip of her arrow. She is both the stillness of the forest and the sudden snap of a branch. Imagine them now, side by side at the edge of the world. Apollo lifts the sun once more, the sky flushed with gold. Birds begin to stir, songs gently warming the air. Behind him, Artemis draws the moon down, folding it in shadow. The stars sigh, a deer steps softly through mist, and between them, the world wakes. They do not speak, but they do not need to. They have walked this dance since time began. Apollo glances east, where day waits with open arms. Artemis turns west into the deep hush of the woods, and for a moment their paths cross, light and dark, brother and sister. Sleep now. Let moonlight guide you toward dreams. Let the last golden chords of Apollo's lyre fade into stillness. The twins keep their watch, and the world for now is balanced. Settle in now. Let the sounds of battle fade, and the clang of hammers grow gentle. Tonight we visit two gods so different in nature they rarely share a page, yet here they are, side by side in our dreams. One is fury with a sword, the other fire with a purpose. Ares and Hephaestus, the god of war, and the god of the forge. Together they paint a curious picture of masculinity in ancient Greece, one all brawn and blood, the other limping but brilliant. And if the myths are to be believed, which at bedtime we rather hope they are, the Olympian family didn't quite know what to do with either of them. Ares, son of Zeus and Hera, was the personification of raw, untamed violence. Not the tactical war of generals, not the careful strategy of Athena. No, Ares was the thundering heart, the rising scream, the blind charge into chaos. The Greeks called him Ares, and while they respected what he represented, they didn't exactly invite him to dinner. Even Zeus, his own father mind you, was famously unimpressed. In Homer's Iliad, Zeus calls Ares the most hateful of all the gods, and not in the sort of way that implies playful teasing over wine. Ares embodied the kind of war that scorched fields and toppled cities for no reason at all. He delighted in the clash of bronze on bronze, the whinny of panicked horses, the cries of dying men. His companions were equally charming: Phobos, fear; Deimos, terror; and Eris, strife. They followed him into battle like an entourage no mortal would dare invite to a feast. And yet, despite his ferocity, Ares wasn't particularly successful. He lost duels. He was once trapped in a jar for months by two mortal sons of Poseidon. Yes, a god of war, corked like pickled olives. It's enough to make one wonder if the Greeks were having a quiet laugh at his expense. But contrast Ares with how the Romans saw him. Mars, as they called him, was revered, honoured, worshipped with parades. While the Greeks regarded Ares with caution, the Romans embraced him as a symbol of disciplined might and empire. A curious shift, perhaps reflecting the values of a rising military power versus a culture that preferred wit, reason, and an afternoon of philosophy in the shade. Still, there's something almost endearing about Ares. He wears his passion plainly. He falls, and oh, how he falls, madly for Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty. And what a pair they made! She, radiant and sly; he, straightforward and smitten. Their affair, though secret, was not subtle. They were caught in the act by Hephaestus, her husband, who ensnared them in a net of his own making. Now, that brings us to our second god tonight, the quiet, smouldering power of the forge. Hephaestus, the divine blacksmith, son of Hera, and depending on which version you prefer, perhaps without a father at all. Some say Hera bore him alone in revenge for Zeus birthing Athena from his head. That's Olympian parenting for you, equal parts miracle and pettiness. But Hephaestus was born lame, and in the glistening society of gods, where beauty and power were expected, he stood apart. Myths differ. In one, Hera throws him from Olympus in disgust. In another, it's Zeus who does so after a disagreement. Either way, the poor lad gets launched off a cloud and crashes into the sea, where kindly sea nymphs raise him. Now that would make for an awkward family reunion, wouldn't it? But Hephaestus doesn't brood forever. He learns, he builds. In time, he returns to Olympus, not with wrath, but with skill. And what skill it is. He creates thrones, automatons, palaces of bronze. He crafts Achilles' shield, so intricate that poets had to stop and describe it for hundreds of lines. He builds Pandora, the first woman, fashioned so finely she was irresistible. Hephaestus is quite simply the patron of invention, and not just of swords and armour, but of every tool, every spark of progress shaped by hand. Where Ares is destruction, Hephaestus is creation through flame. The hammer and anvil become his altar. The ancients recognized this. He had cults across Greece, especially in Athens and on Lemnos, the volcanic island that claimed to be his earthly home. There, fires were sacred, and every blacksmith was a kind of priest, echoing their divine patron in sweat and soot. In Athens, Hephaestus shared a temple with Athena, a pairing not romantic, but symbolic. She brought wisdom, he brought the means to build it. Craftsmanship and cleverness side by side. And yet, for all his brilliance, Hephaestus rarely wins in myth. His marriage to Aphrodite is unfaithful. His traps are ingenious, but they rarely solve his loneliness. He is powerful, but not worshipped for his appearance or charm. In this way, he is one of the more relatable gods, not draped in glory, but labouring in the shadows, forging the world while others fight over it. And maybe that's the secret. Because the Greeks, for all their love of myth, were practical. They built, they reasoned, they argued in the agora and laid stones in perfect lines. While Ares might shout and wave his sword, Hephaestus quietly forged the hinge it swung on. Still, they're both part of the same divine family, and one imagines the dinners on Olympus were, well, complicated. Imagine it. Ares boasting of a battlefield drenched in glory, while Hephaestus scowls over a scorch mark on his latest sculpture. Hera sighs, Apollo plucks a judgmental chord. Dionysus refills everyone's cup. Aphrodite checks her reflection in a polished shield. And somewhere in the back, Hermes snickers. But beneath the myth, there's something ancient and telling here. These two gods represent a duality that every civilization wrestles with. Force and function. Chaos and craft. Fire that burns and fire that builds. We must remember that war, though often glorified in poetry, was a terrifying reality. The Greeks were no strangers to conflict. Hoplite battles, city-state skirmishes, Persian invasions. They had seen what war could do. And perhaps that's why Ares was kept at arm's length. A necessary force, but not an honoured guest. In contrast, the tools of Hephaestus were present in every life. The plough, the spear, the loom's axle, the temple's columns, all bore the echo of his forge. To praise him was to praise civilization itself. In vase paintings and statuary, Hephaestus is often depicted with muscular arms, soot-blackened face, and a short workman's tunic. He doesn't glow with ethereal light. He sweats, he bends metal, he limps with purpose. Ares, on the other hand, is all sharp lines and bronze gleam. Plumed helmet, shield at the ready, chin held just so. His beauty is as carefully wrought as his sword, but somehow always less trustworthy. And so the Greeks taught their children, strength alone is not enough. Building create, work with your hands, let the fire warm, not consume. Still, perhaps Ares needed to exist, if only to remind us how precious peace is. And Hephaestus, for all his trials, remained indispensable. Even the gods needed a smith. As we drift further into stillness, think of the forge, glowing softly in the night, surrounded by tools, half-finished wonders, and the scent of warm metal. No shouting, no clashing spears. Only quiet firelight and the slow rhythm of the hammer. Perhaps the heart of Olympus wasn't in the throne room, but in the forge below. And somewhere, deep in the mountain halls, a god with a limp and a mind of steel continues to shape the world, while far above, a war god sharpens his blade, just in case. Let the sparks fade now. One by one, the fire dims. The clang of iron grows faint, and the gods ever flawed fall silent as sleep draws near. Close your eyes and let the rules of the waking world loosen their grip. Tonight we drift with the tricksters, the ones who cross boundaries, blur identities, and chuckle when the map doesn't match the terrain. We're stepping off the polished marble steps of Olympus and wandering instead down a vine-choked path that smells faintly of wine, wildflowers, and something just a little forbidden. These are the gods of transition, of thresholds, of masks, mischief, and mystery. Dionysus and Hermes. One pours the wine, the other steals your sandals. And together, they lead us to the edges of what it means to be human. Let's begin with Dionysus. You may think of him as the god of wine, which he is, but he is so much more than that. He's the god of release, of madness and ecstasy, of letting go of the self. A paradox in Ivy, both comforting and terrifying. His origin story is tangled as it should be. Some say he was born of Semele, a mortal princess, and Zeus, who, in classic Zeus fashion, visited her in secret. But Semele, tricked by a jealous Hera, asked to see Zeus in his full divine form. And mortals, it seems, are not built for thunder. She perished in flame, and Zeus, in a rather creative act of divine obstetrics, rescued the unborn Dionysus and sewed him into his own thigh. Yes, you heard that right. Dionysus was born again from Zeus's leg. It's not elegant, but it's memorable. From the moment of his birth, Dionysus lived between worlds, mortal and divine, Greek and foreign, male and feminine, sane and not so sane. He wandered, he grew, and wherever he went, vines burst through the earth. Panthers followed him. Women, called maenads, danced barefoot in the woods, possessed by his presence. And behind the joy, there was always a shadow of danger. Because Dionysus is not just the god of wine, he is the god of what wine does. He is the one who shows you who you really are, or who you're trying very hard not to be. To the Greeks, Dionysus embodied the part of life that broke through structure. He was worshipped in ecstatic rites, sometimes at night, sometimes deep in the woods. The Orphic mysteries and Bacchic festivals allowed initiates to slip free from identity, gender, class, duty, and taste, for a moment, the freedom of dissolution. It wasn't always peaceful. Pentheus, a proud Theban king, tried to suppress the cult of Dionysus. The god, disguised as a gentle priest, lured him into observing the women's rites. But Pentheus was torn apart, quite literally, by his own mother, driven mad by the god's power. And yet Dionysus wasn't a villain. He was balance. He came at the end of winter. He came after loss. He was the return of vitality, the wild joy that reminds us we're alive. And for all his chaos, he was beloved. Temples rose in his name. Theatres were built in his honour. The city Dionysia festival in Athens became the birthplace of tragedy and comedy alike. A sacred celebration of storytelling, masks, and human emotion. Because theatre, like Dionysus himself, walks the line between illusion and truth. Now turn from the forest and follow the flutter of wings. Or is it just a whisper of sandals on marble? Hermes is here. If Dionysus teaches us how to lose control, Hermes shows us how to navigate it. The messenger god, the guide of souls, the trickster with a grin that suggests he's already stolen whatever it is you're looking for. Hermes is the god of transitions, of travel, commerce, invention, and thievery. He is the protector of boundaries, and the one who slips right through them. Born in a cave, he was walking and stealing before the end of his first day. One of his first acts? Stealing Apollo's cattle, and not only stealing them, disguising his footprints by walking backward and crafting sandals out of bark. By sunset, he'd invented the lyre, made from a tortoise shell and gut strings, and charmed his way out of punishment by offering it as a gift to Apollo. That's Hermes, fast, clever, and just disarming enough to get away with it. But he's not just a jokester. Hermes had a vital role in Greek religion. He was Psychopompos, the soul guide, the one who led the dead to the underworld. Not judging, not punishing, simply escorting. A quiet presence at the moment of death, neither feared nor worshipped too loudly, but always needed. To the ancients, he was in the crossroads, the boundaries between fields, the liminal places where magic happens. Travellers left offerings to him in the form of herms, stone pillars topped with his head, often with an anatomically conspicuous addition carved just below. These stood as guardians of movement, fertility, and cheeky reminders of divine presence in the everyday. Hermes was also the god of merchants, of trade, negotiation, and yes, the occasional scam. But in the ancient world, that was part of the game. Commerce was sacred, and Hermes, ever adaptable, was both its protector and its jester. He appears everywhere, on coins, in plays, in dreams, a flicker of winged sandals across the sky. And here's where things get interesting. Because while Dionysus and Hermes are not often paired directly in myth, they are spiritual cousins. They are both liminal. They both connect opposites. Life and death, mortal and divine, order and chaos. They are gods of change. And in the ancient world, change was something to be respected, even feared, because it reminded people that the line between the civilized and the wild was thinner than we like to admit. In some Orphic traditions, Dionysus is linked with the soul's rebirth, torn apart by titans, reborn in fire. Hermes, meanwhile, appears in esoteric texts as a keeper of hidden knowledge, later merging with Egyptian Thoth to become Hermes Trismegistus, father of alchemy and the mystical arts. Between them, these two gods whisper a strange truth, that transformation is divine, that the in-between is sacred. The Greeks understood this. Their myths weren't meant to be consistent. They were meant to reflect life, messy, contradictory, and beautifully uncertain. And so, when a festival was held for Dionysus, with its masks and madness, it wasn't just about wine. It was about freedom, about feeling, for one night, that the world could bend, and maybe, just maybe, you could let go. And when a traveller stepped onto a road, uncertain of where it led, a prayer to Hermes wasn't just about reaching a destination. It was about protection in the unknown. A little luck, a little cleverness, a little mischief, just enough to make the journey interesting. In art, they appear in vivid contrast. Dionysus is crowned with ivy, robes slipping from his shoulders, holding a wine cup or a thyrsus, a staff wrapped in vines and crowned with a pine cone. His gaze is distant, ecstatic, as if he's watching something only the initiated can see. Hermes is lean, athletic, winged. On his hat, on his sandals, sometimes even on his ankles. He holds a caduceus, the staff with two serpents twined, which began as a symbol of negotiation, and later, quite curiously, ended up as a symbol for modern medicine. Together they tell us that not all gods are warriors or rulers. Some are